hail adventurers, all hail the legends, or should I say choombas. Welcome friends to another Elfstar art stream where I do a deep dive on the subject we are drawing. In this case, again this week, it is Cyberpunk 2077. This time we're going to be covering the history. Where did the word come from? What is the full history timeline? We're going to go from like 1859 to 2077. All the while, I draw a tribute to Cyberpunk live before your eyes here on stream. At the end of the stream, we're going to enter the names on the wheel here. If you happen to be in chat, want to participate, we'll add your name to this wheel. Last week, we did a drawing of Female V. I'll put that right here for you guys. This is what we did last week, and this was given away to a lucky viewer here in chat. If you'd like extra entries, you have a couple choices though. You can subscribe on Twitch, D-Live, or Kick. You can also gift a sub to the channel that gets you an extra entry, or you can get the ultimate ice by becoming a paid Patreon member and get bonus entries as well. And that's why there's a bunch of names here already. These are the subs and Patreon members already ready to go. They don't even have to be here in order to win, which is awesome. But I'd rather you guys be here too. So everybody, that means everybody who gets in on the stream, if you're watching live and you're gonna get a free entry. So I encourage everyone to watch. Of course, that's the whole point of this thing. Much love, Mystic. All right, Mystic, but just by doing that, she's gonna get an extra entry. If you're watching this later on YouTube, please smash that like button. It really does help the channel out a lot. And you know, if you like the content, maybe consider subscribing. You don't want to miss another chance to win some original art. With the rise of AI art around now, it's, you know, physical art's getting, you know, more expensive. It's becoming much more of a rare thing. I do have an upcoming art stream that I need to quickly promo as well for you guys, and then we'll get the stream going. All right, while I set up. Awesome.
3 billion human lives ended on August 29th, 1997. The survivors of the nuclear fire called the war Judgment Day. They lived only to face a new nightmare, the war against the machines. I am so looking forward to that art stream. It's going to be a pretty epic one. We've got some big stuff planned for it. So we're just promoting it each week while we do our future Cyber and Chrome series. We're going to put on some entertainment for you guys. I found this incredible documentary series that I really wanted to share with you guys. Yeah, it's going to be covering everything from Neuromancer. Definitely go check out Indigo Gaming. And then we're going to get into the nits and grits of Cyberpunk 2077. Oh, wow. Okay. And I gotta loosen up and get to the drawing here. We're gonna be drawing Male V. I guess I should mention that. We did Female V last week. We're doing Male V with this week. And so we're gonna have some fun. There we go. Indigo Gaming. I should say Indigo
We've all
Gaming.
heard of Cyberpunk. But what is Cyberpunk? A casual explanation might end up in a ramble about cyborgs, laser guns, neon lights, and rainy city nights. But behind that facade of neon and chrome lies a cultural movement. It masks the seedy underbelly of crime, corruption, corporate authoritarianism, and the dangers of rampant technological progress. Skyscrapers extend as far as the eye can see, And for every brightly lit ramen shop or tech emporium offering the latest and bleeding-edge gadgets, you're just as likely to find yourself in a dingy alley, surrounded by poverty and addiction. The overabundance of technological wonders and indulgences punctuate the decrepit slums of the megacities and sprawling metropolises of a dystopian future, which encapsulates Cyberpunk's most fundamental definition: high-tech, low-life. It's easy to see why these themes are so popular. It seems like every day we take a step closer to the future we saw on television. Robotic arms, self-driving cars, smart homes, killer drones, and an economy driven by our unquenchable thirst for the newest, sleekest machine. These themes are prevalent in all forms of art, from novels to film, from television to video games. And in this documentary series, we'll explore the decades-long history of the genre, its origins, its many influences, and how these ideas inspired neo-futurism, both in entertainment and many of the technologies we use today. So let's jack in to one of the most fascinating movements in recent history: Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is an offshoot of science fiction, though it explores a starkly different vision of the future than its forebears. The genre embraces the punk and early hacker subcultures, bringing to light the dichotomy of a high-technology world inhabited by denizens deprived of most of these luxuries, despite the advancement of society as a whole. This worldview paralleled the growing pessimism in the late 1960s and 70s. After the moral unshackling of the free love era and the emergence of modern drug culture, America was torn apart politically by the tumultuous Vietnam War, a controversial presidency ending in resignation, and a festering mistrust of authority. The conflict between the haves and have-nots also feeds into another major theme of cyberpunk, often depicting future dystopias where megacorporations wield more power than governments and rule the world from lofty skyscrapers, overlooking the streets where cyberpunk heroes try to make ends meet doing illicit jobs, either for these corporations or against them. Some may be able to afford cybernetic augmentations, swapping organic body parts with machine replacements that make them stronger, faster, or more in tune with the endless expanse of cyberspace at their fingertips. But are these cybernetically enhanced people still human? Or are they the next phase of human evolution? At what point does the line between man and machine blur? These are the questions and themes that drive cyberpunk. Unlike its more optimistic science fiction predecessors, cyberpunk showed us the dark side, revealing the dangerous side effects of the drug of futurism.
Hey there, White Lion. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream.
The world was sweeping up the still warm ashes of World War II when mathematicians and philosophers noted the rise of cybernetic technology in modern living. New inventions became more prominent in day-to-day life, and the embrace of these new mechanical marvels inspired visions of the future and what such a life would hold for mankind. This mode of thinking inspired a new wave of writers and artists, many of whom used these advancements to predict what our lives would be like in the far future. One such author was the influential sci-fi icon, Philip K. Dick, who made a startling discovery while researching his post-World War II alternate history novel, Man in the High Castle. Philip read a German officer's journal, in which the soldier complained that the screams of starving children kept him awake at night, not out of guilt, but more as a nuisance. These startling revelations inspired PKD's concept of the android, a machine that resembled a real person, but with one critical difference: the absence of empathy. Among a myriad of inspired work, his most famous was 1968's Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? In it, he explored the question of what it truly means to be an authentic human being, and not an unfeeling, uncaring machine devoid of emotions and empathy. In the novel's setting, entire subcultures emerged, where citizens would prove their humanity by caring for animals, and the presence of dangerous androids would be sniffed out through rigorous empathy testing, and enforced through state-funded bounty hunters. This revolutionary novel helped sow the seeds of what would become the cyberpunk genre as we know it. Do Androids Dream also explored the concept of a shared virtual reality experience, nearly 3 decades before it hit the mainstream. Even though home electronics were still primitive, the concept of artificial intelligence was brewing in the zeitgeist of the 1970s. One of the first films to capture this growing idea with a fearful eye was Colossus, the Forbin Project. The movie follows a brilliant American computer scientist who creates an all-powerful computer program designed to solve the world's problems: hunger, politics, war, and disease. The end result is a cautionary tale of what would happen if the world was given to a benevolent AI that decided human judgment was too flawed to retain their dominion over the planet. In a terrifying turn of events where a creation outgrew its creator, Colossus learns from and fuses with another AI developed in Russia. This new supercomputer then decides to take global matters into its own hands, as it conquers the world in the name of the unflinching march of progress. One of the most famous films to capture this technological anxiety was Westworld, the first theatrical movie by science fiction author Michael Crichton, perhaps best known for penning Jurassic Park, the highest-grossing film released worldwide at its time. Unlike that movie, however, Crichton wrote and directed Westworld himself. Westworld vividly imagines a near future where theme parks are filled with lifelike androids, subservient to the whims of their mortal masters. These constructs are used for target practice, role-playing props, and even pursuits of pleasure. It's a grotesque look at the moral indifference shown to those who are deemed less than human. Unsuspecting customers enjoy the park's many attractions across medieval, Roman, and Wild West settings, all without regard for the harmless androids who have safety measures put in place so that no danger can befall the humans. But when a glitch that goes unnoticed disables this safeguard, all 3 parks become slaughterhouses. The previously helpless androids become the hunters, and their abusers, the hunted. In a chilling pursuit, one of the last remaining park guests runs from an android gunslinger, played by screen legend Yul Brynner. In a sort of satirical play on his role in The Magnificent Seven, he's an unforgiving and seemingly indestructible machine with just one purpose: to kill. The scenes that showed the world through the gunslinger's electronic eyes were the very first time computer graphics were used in a movie. The unstoppable cyborg archetype on display here was obviously a big inspiration for James Cameron's science fiction thriller, The Terminator, a decade later. Westworld was followed by Future World, a strong but less iconic sequel, and a TV show spin-off in 1980, and was rebooted again in 2016 as an acclaimed TV series. Westworld was one of the earliest and most chilling visualizations of cybernetic beings that doubtlessly had an influence on future cyberpunk works as they were developed. French artist Mobius teamed up with American author Dan O'Bannon for The Long Tomorrow, a short story in a 1976 issue of Metal Hurlant, a French comic series known in the States as Heavy Metal Magazine. It was a visceral exploration of a depraved future, filled with flying cars, megacities, murder, and mystery. The technology-glazed neo-noir realized in The Long Tomorrow consumed other writers and artists, and acted as a visual foundation for many works to come. The gloomy outlook people had at the time no doubt influenced 2000 AD's dystopian worldview of America, a toxic wasteland punctuated by colossal megacities spanning the size of multiple states. This 1977 British comic series was deeply influential, and one of its leading figures, Judge Dredd, is one of the most iconic characters ever designed. The Judge himself was a brutal depiction of law enforcement, totalitarian government, and a fallible court system all rolled into one: judge, jury, and executioner. These were the early literary influences that would lay down the groundwork for cyberpunk as a self-contained genre, distinct from science fiction. A small band of beatnik authors would draw from these sources to create a new wave of futuristic narrative, one that would paint worlds of technologically augmented societies and the underdogs and antiheroes that lived there. Names like Bruce Sterling, Walter John Williams, and William Gibson were seminal in the development of early cyberpunk literature, such as the tech-themed short stories published in Omni magazine in the early 80s, like Johnny Mnemonic and Burning Chrome. These stories were some of the earliest examples of raw cyberpunk, tackling themes of the increasingly tightening grip, of computerization on our day-to-day lives. Though mostly featuring stylish technobabble and evocative imagery, rather than hard science, these stories more than made up for their factual embellishments with a chilling prescience of what our future could hold. These ideas were different and bizarre, and while not entirely new, had a raw edge to them. Their purveyors were collectively referred to as cyberpunks by Gardner Dozois, a science fiction magazine editor who borrowed the term from a Bruce Bethke short story of the same name. It became a brand of nonconformity and anti-establishment thinking, and that distanced it from the science fiction status quo, and thus the term cyberpunk was sealed into pop culture. After a death in the family and a rough falling out of the troubled movie adaptation based on Frank Herbert's Dune, director Ridley Scott focused his attention on work to keep his mind off of things. With some convincing by its producer after over a decade of development hell, Scott was compelled toward Philip K. Dick's proto-cyberpunk novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, and got to work on a cinematic vision of the film. It's an inherently philosophical story about humanity following World War terminus, and the remaining civilization's dogmatic adherence to empathy as a human ideal. During the film's development, Scott purchased another, unrelated adaptation's title, simply because he liked the name better, and so the most iconic cyberpunk film ever made, Blade Runner, was born. It's an edgier, more materialistic interpretation of PKD's novel, foregoing the more on-the-nose themes of piety and social obligation, and laser focusing on the core story of a bounty hunter tracking down human-like androids, in this adaptation, known as replicants. The infusion of 1940s post-war imagery and motifs was palpable in the unusually retro fashion in the film. Blade Runner took the more pious protagonist of Rick Deckard and reimagined him as a rugged, jaded detective, like in the noir classics. Another Philip Marlowe or Sam Spade, trenchcoat, grim attitude and all. The movie's setting is the character in the film that speaks the loudest, with a stirring soundtrack by legendary Greek composer Vangelis, and one of the most memorable openings in cinematic history. Foreboding spires of metal and neon pierce the blackened skyline of future Los Angeles. The whole city looks like something from a dream, or perhaps a nightmare, that hasn't quite made its mind up yet. So much of the backstory and world building is communicated visually. It's like the mile-high skyscrapers and urban infrastructure is in slow-motion destruction, with pillars of fire spouting from the tops, as if the entire city is one big, churning factory in itself. Flying cars, searing neon lights, and giant electronic billboards haunt the seemingly bottomless depths of the city. Always night, always damp or rainy. It was a city that never slept, yet never saw the light of day. Everything in Blade Runner takes on sort of a timeless feeling, with decades-old fashion, anachronistic architecture, and vehicles with advanced propulsion technology, but stylized after automobiles of the 40s and 50s. It all felt so real. Painstaking detail went into the film's visual effects, which included handcrafting an entire miniature city. After a visual feast of an opening, the stage is set. In a future Earth with off-world colonies in need of an advanced and expendable workforce, cybernetic humanoids called replicants are created. At first, they are a perfect solution, but eventually a design flaw manifests, and the replicants develop emotions and become dangerously unstable. A 4-year lifespan is put into place as a safety measure to circumvent renegade replicants. But in the latest outbreak, a crew of advanced Nexus 6 models are reported to have escaped the off-world colonies and come back to Earth. And the only solution for this problem is to send Blade Runners, specialized hunters, to retire these dangerous replicants. The iconic Voigtkampf testing machine is the only reliable way to differentiate a replicant from a human. It's an interesting parallel to the real-life test that computer scientist Alan Turing proposed back in the 1950s, designed to estimate an artificial intelligence's capability of human-like cognizance. The film's Voigtkampf test is sort of an anti-Turing test, where a suspected replicant is asked highly calculated non-sequiturs in order to eventually trigger an emotional response. Our very first dialogue is between a Blade Runner screening a new worker. The testee, Leon, seems nervous and awkward, The questions are abstract hypotheticals with some sort of empathetic tone. Why wouldn't you help a struggling tortoise? What are some good things that come into your mind about your mother? And the like. Presumably, a human would brush it off or reject the premise. But for a replicant, they have to compute the solution, for which there is no logic. It's like putting a nonsense formula into a calculator, then sitting on the equals key, spinning and spinning until Leon suddenly snaps into a murderous rage and sets the stage for everything to come. Blade Runner takes the themes that manifested in the early cyberpunk short stories and boldly runs with them. The film, like the novel it was based on, asks the question, do the androids that walk among us have hopes and fears, dreams and desires? What differentiates man and machine? Or even further, can a machine become human? Or are they merely programmed, soulless, constructed labor whose presumed sentience is a glitch that needs to be corrected in the code and nothing more? This question is echoed in the tragic character of Rachel, a replicant imprinted with false memories, with the goal of making her more human-like. But when she discovers that she isn't real, she undergoes a slow and heartbreaking acceptance. All the while, Deckard begins to question his own humanity while trying to help Rachel find hers. In another subplot, the replicant ringleader, Roy Batty, is a renegade on a quest to meet his maker, literally. Upon climbing the chain of command from an optics engineer to a genetic designer, all the way up to Eldon Tyrell, the founder of the replicant creating Mega Corporation. When Batty meets both his father and his creator in the same person, he's filled with both love and hatred. For the one thing he desires, elongated life, is the one thing that Tyrell cannot grant him.
You were made as well as we could make you.
But not to last.
A light that burns twice as bright burns half as long. And you have burned so very, very brightly, Roy.
Both Batty and Deckard are outsiders, rubbing shoulders with the powers that be, but their destinies are not scribed by themselves. At the beginning of the film, Deckard is trying to get out of the killing business, but is drawn back into taking down replicants, despite his best efforts. In that time, he wonders if he has become as cold and unempathetic as the very machines he hunts.
May I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
Have you ever retired a human by mistake?
No.
But in your position, that is a risk.
On the other hand, Batty seeks a future for himself and his friends, but is bound by an irreversible 4-year lifespan. He feels robbed of the greatest gift that one could have, and he struggles for a way to grasp it. In this way, neither character can escape their fate, and ultimately, that's what leads to their mutual respect at the end. They are both cogs in a great machine, of which they have no power to change. Blade Runner shows off some intriguing technology. The most famous example is the photo enhancement scene, which shows Deckard panning, zooming, and moving the camera position of a photograph after it was taken. Video phone calls, and the chilling realism of a future where all animals in the world are now barcoded counterfeit products due to the apocalyptic events preceding the story. Many of the cityscapes, buildings, and machinery in Blade Runner were imagined by the highly respected concept artist, futurist, and designer Sid Mead. His work spans decades and has either sculpted or highly influenced countless icons of futurist media. Mead once called science fiction reality ahead of schedule, an attitude that is abundantly present in numerous films, video games, and media that bears his mark. From Blade Runner to Aliens, from Star Trek to Elysium, his concept art feels lived in, visionary, but most of all, real. Though this future noir exploration of humanity wasn't exactly what 1982's audiences were expecting, this box office bomb became an absolute cult classic as time went on, in no small part due to Ridley Scott's invention of the director's cut, specifically to address the undesirable edits to the film due to studio intervention. Blade Runner remains one of the most celebrated cinematic masterpieces of all time, and has been imitated by countless cyberpunk media to this day. 2 short weeks after Blade Runner hit the silver screen, another film released, which also featured Sid Mead's creative influence. Tron wowed the world with some of the earliest computer graphics imagery ever developed for a Hollywood film, starring Jeff Bridges as a computer programmer who, in a freak accident, gets sucked into his company's mainframe. He is spawned into a virtual world as a user, and computer processes and programs are represented as towers, tanks, and other humans. As a family-friendly Disney film, Tron was an unlikely influence on the cyberpunk genre, if for no other reason than its vivid portrayal of cyberspace. Brightly colored grids set in an expansive void. These visuals set the stage for what the circuits, software, and computer processes might look like from within, with a heavy dose of creative license, of course. Tron would set the standard for the cyberspace aesthetic for generations to come. William Gibson, an aspiring writer working on his debut novel Neuromancer, cited Tron as one of his inspirations for the visualization of cyberspace in his own work, saying that the movie was the bleeding-edge digital aesthetic. Sadly, many early cyberpunk and cyberspace films were box office flops. Blade Runner and Tron both released within 2 weeks of each other, and, in a strange twist of fate, both brought in a paltry $33 million each, with expensive visual effects budgets.
The sky above the port was the color of television, tuned to a dead channel.
In the summer of 1982, William Gibson had finished about a third of Neuromancer when Blade Runner hit the cinemas. By the time he saw the first 20 minutes of the film, Gibson was sure that his fledgling novel was doomed, and that everyone would assume that he copied the film's style. Panicking, Gibson rewrote the first 2/3 of the book 12 times, out of a fear that he would be permanently shamed. And yet, when Neuromancer was published in 1984, it quickly became an underground hit, spreading through pop culture like circuits on a motherboard. Neuromancer follows the former hacker, Case, in a downward spiral after his body is permanently damaged, and he's no longer able to do the one thing he was good at, jacking in to the Matrix, the cyberspace that connects all the world's computers, citizens, hackers, and corporations. It's this stark vision of the future that permanently outlined the tenets of cyberpunk. Set in the Sprawl, a grungy metropolitan zone that blankets half the eastern coast, filled with lowlives, organized crime, hedonism, and the cybernetically augmented. Case's luck turns for the better when he meets the hauntingly beautiful Molly, a razor girl, fitted with retractable claws and augmented eyes covered by lifeless, mirrored lenses. She saves him from a self-destructive path and imminent danger, then presents an offer to Case on behalf of the powerful and mysterious benefactor, Armitage. They fix Case up, make him able to hack again, and give him a new lease on life, with the caveat that he takes on a very dangerous mission. He reluctantly agrees, half deciding to ditch the operation and run for his life, but he soon discovers their contingency plan, a slowly degrading poison sac inserted into his body during the surgery, that if he leaves untreated, will cripple his hacking ability and bring him back to square one, a broken man just like before, in indentured servitude, hiring for a big-time cyber heist, and preparing for the mission of their lives. All the while, Case is being contacted and manipulated by an artificial intelligence with its own agenda. Gibson's grisly vision of the future would establish many tropes and themes often replicated by cyberpunk media. Things such as decking, street samurai, cyberspace, and intrusion countermeasures electronics, also known as ICE, all owe their origins to Gibson's Sprawl trilogy, composed of the books Neuromancer, Count Zero, and Mona Lisa Overdrive. Neuromancer became the first science fiction Triple Crown winner, scoring both Nebula and Hugo Awards as the year's best novel, and incidentally earned the Philip K. Dick Award as the best paperback original. It would eventually go on to sell more than 6.5 million copies worldwide. Part neo-noir, part heist story, Neuromancer crystallized how a cyberpunk setting looks, feels, and reads for decades to come, with ultra-slick lingo, breathtaking imagery, and a classy stream of consciousness. It was a peek into our dark and high-tech future through a hyper-stylized lens.
People do forget that there was no state-of-the-art in personal computing when I read Neuromancer, and that's why I was using a typewriter. Neuromancer and the first Macintosh were released in the same year, and someone told me recently in the same month. That's difficult for young people to imagine, I know.
The mid-1980s saw a virtual explosion of cyberpunk media across all spectrums of entertainment, from film to television, from Japanese animation to tabletop games. Case in point, Cyberpunk, the tabletop role-playing game by Mike Pondsmith, which was directly inspired by Hardwired, the futuristic corporate warfare novel by Walter John Williams. Cyberpunk and its second edition, Cyberpunk 2020, frolicked with the rule of cool, and even had style over substance as one of the core guidelines in creating a character. The game puts players in the bloodied shoes of hackers, mercenaries, and company men, all struggling for money and power in the seedy playground of Night City. And though the game didn't pick up as big of an audience as bestsellers like Dungeons & Dragons, it settled comfortably as an underdog RPG, and further expanded on the collective Cyberpunk lore. The popular card game, Netrunner, would later spawn out of Cyberpunk 2020's fertile setting as well. A year later, another pen and paper game hit the shelves. Shadowrun blended urban fantasy with the rise of elves, dwarves, and other fantasy denizens into a futuristic, dystopian world where megacorporations reign supreme. At its core, Shadowrun took familiar fantasy role-playing like Dungeons & Dragons and merged it with William Gibson's Neuromancer, cyberpunk with a dash of Tolkien. Megacorporations, exploitation, and inequality are all themes that drive Shadowrun's world. But in this alternate history, magic and metahuman races emerge mysteriously into our modern society, creating new kinds of prejudice, conflict, and dangers overnight. Shadowrun's hybrid of fantasy and dark futurism made so many wild scenarios possible. The dragon's the CEO of a German megacorporation. You can walk the streets and see cyborg samurai, mages, trolls, elves, and orcs alike. Shamans can summon spirits to battle their enemies, while deckers hack their way through the Matrix, and riggers remotely control drones and slice electronic security systems. Such a rich, vibrant world of neon-soaked slums, old-school superstitions, and new-school transhumanism, all backed up by a colorful vocabulary. Like calling each other chummers, people drink the ever-popular soycaf, and of course, have dealings with the notorious mercenaries known as Shadowrunners. There's just something addictive about the wholesale augmentation of limbs, bones, and nerves with flashy cyberware. You could spec out your character with massive claws, conceal shotguns embedded in your forearms, or implant data jacks to communicate with electronics directly through your mind. The meshing of flesh, circuit, and steel, all in one. As you might surmise, Shadowrun owes a massive debt to not only Blade Runner, but especially to Gibson's work on the Sprawl series. Many of its most popular ideas were lifted whole cloth. The virtual cyberspace known as the Matrix, Street Samurai, Razor Girls, the New Yen currency, and plenty of other references all exist in Shadowrun. Gibson has spoken about FASA Corporation's zealous borrowing from his source material, but other than a dismissing eye and a complete denouncement of Shadowrun, he hasn't gone further than that, once saying, "I've never earned a nickel, but I wouldn't sue them. It's a fair cop. I'm sure there are people who could sue me if they were so inclined." Shadowrun may have steered cyberpunk toward urban fantasy rather than the attempted hard science fiction of its predecessors, but it was one of the most popular tabletop RPGs of all time, and acted as a major gateway drug to cyberpunk in the 80s and 90s. As time went on, the genre was gaining momentum. Other films began to adapt many cyberpunk themes while maintaining proven plot structures. Popcorn films with a cyberpunk twist. As computers began to proliferate into the consumer industry, Hollywood eventually caught on and got to work with new down-to-earth sci-fi concepts. One of the earliest and most popular movies to tackle computer and hacker culture was the summer blockbuster Boy Hacks World movie, War Games, where a young Matthew Broderick accidentally hacks into a military artificial intelligence and starts playing what he thinks is just a strategy game, but in reality is threatening the world with real thermonuclear war. Another sleeper hit was Trancers, where a detective from the 23rd century goes back to the 1980s to stop a hypnotic death cult bent on ruining the world. It nails all the hallmarks: high-tech gadgets, Skid Row, noir references, and even a punk rocker sidekick. A cult classic that launched several sequels, Trancers is a fun flick, but not a particularly deep analysis of the human condition. More action movies started to take notice of these themes. Heavily inspired by the works of Harlan Ellison, the Terminator hit movie theaters with a shotgun blast. While not a cyberpunk film per se, there's a lot of strong thematic imagery woven into the movie. It depicts an apocalyptic future where the dregs of mankind struggle to overthrow the cyborg stranglehold of the world. In response to the growing strength of the Resistance, a Terminator, a robotic soldier disguised in human flesh, is sent back in time with one mission: to eliminate the mother of the future savior of mankind. Arnold Schwarzenegger's most iconic role as an unstoppable cybernetic killing machine would be seared into our memory for decades. With the help of fantastic special effects and a tight-knit sci-fi slasher flick premise, the movie has been solidified in pop culture as having the most famous of cyborg designs, an intimidating steel skeleton with glowing red eyes. And in turn, it has inspired many future depictions of cybernetic body augmentation. Video games were far behind what movies could do narratively in the 1980s, but the attempt at adapting Blade Runner to an interactive format was met with dismal reaction, likely due to technical limitations. Another complication was that the publisher wasn't able to get the rights to the book or the movie, instead having to jump through an odd legal loophole and license the movie's soundtrack. In what is the most literal interpretation of a story possible, it essentially boils down to a basic runner game where you have to hunt down so-called Reploidroids, dodging cars and crowds before gunning them down. Between runs, you navigate the city in a maze-like world where you locate potential suspects as blips on your map, which you can land your spinner down to with the intent to pursue. Simple and repetitive. Even so, the Blade Runner game had some potential, especially had it been on more powerful hardware and offered more variety in terms of action gameplay or storyline. But despite the recognizable brand name, it made only a minor blip in the industry at the time, a forgotten game releasing at the tail end of the video game crash. As Cyberpunk further steeped into pop culture, so did we experience the short-lived but beloved mascot of cyberspace. American actor Matt Frewer starred in the BBC-made TV movie Max Headroom, 20 minutes into the future, where he played a cocky star journalist named Edison Carter. The relentless Carter nearly exposes a conspiracy involving blipverts, TV ads that can kill. The powerful media executives behind the plot manage to trigger a traffic barrier to kill Carter as he tries to escape the building. Panicking after the attempted murder of a celebrity reporter, the media corporation's computer genius proposes a plan: preserve the mind of the severely wounded Carter and convert him into a computer-generated character. Thus, they hope to cover up his supposed murder. Through a bunch of greedy mishaps, the AI lands in the hands of a couple of scavengers who decide to broadcast it on a whim. The AI quickly develops a wisecracking personality and names itself Max Headroom, after the warning label on the object that nearly killed its human host. Ironically, its original and unpredictable show soars in the ratings and proves to be a formidable competitor to the media execs who tried to have Carter killed. Watching this movie over 3 decades later, there's a chilling prescience to it. Max regularly checks his viewer count in real time and reacts to his audience like he was a live streamer on Twitch or YouTube. Max quickly became a cultural icon of the 1980s and has appeared in numerous commercials, cameos, and even an infamous television broadcast hijacking. Rapper Eminem would later parody Max Headroom in his music video for Rap God, now sitting at over 1 billion views.
Max! What I want to know is, why are the only funny lines on this show the ones behind me?
Films like RoboCop, set in the desolate hellscape of Detroit, embrace many themes of cyberpunk, such as transhumanism and class struggle. Despite the title sounding like a bog-standard action movie, RoboCop was set in a satirical near-future setting where society's moral fiber has broken down. Soaked in a comical cynicism brought to life by director Paul Verhoeven, the story follows Alex Murphy, a straight-laced cop whose life is destroyed by a sadistic crime lord, only to be involuntarily revived as a cyborg as a last-ditch experiment. Now a husk of a man, living in a cybernetic armored shell, the movie is actually a tragic tale of Murphy's loss of humanity as he devolves further into an unthinking, justice-dealing machine. Haunted by fragments of memories from his former life and family, his torment is crystallized in one horrible moment.
I can feel them, but I can't remember them.
RoboCop, like many future Verhoeven movies, features a deeper movie underneath the shallow Hollywood veneer. The crime lord who kills Murphy is an unconventional, spectacled villain named Clarence Boddicker, a smart guy rather than your typical thug boss. Boddicker is secretly working with one of the executives at the megacorporation OCP, the designer of police tech such as the menacing ED-209 robot and RoboCop himself. This parallels the arms dealers who profit from both sides of a war. RoboCop cleverly criticized the unchecked and growing crime presence in urban America, as well as the increasingly militarized police force, all while showing that heroes do still exist. OCP's indifference after watching one of their directors get shot into a million pieces at an ED-209 product demonstration bordered on the ridiculous. It was like selling a driverless tank as a replacement for a beat cop. RoboCop was met with huge success and launched a comic series, multiple sequels, a TV show, eventually a reboot movie, and even a crowdfunded statue in its adopted setting of Detroit. The film remains today an icon of cinema and a true-to-form cyberpunk story, as told from the so-called authority rather than from the underdog's perspective.
Thank you for your cooperation.
The movie's success also launched various iterations of video games for the arcade and consoles. It didn't try to do anything deep or thought-provoking, instead serving as a visceral, beat-em-up, shoot-em-up hybrid, like Double Dragon meets Contra, with a robotic, kick-ass hero. The game enjoyed modest success, and would be followed by sequels as the movie franchise continued. The Running Man follows a similar suit. This 1987 Stephen King adaptation features another dystopian future, with megacorporations reigning supreme. After a grisly prison breakout, the escapees find themselves in a desperate fight for survival, with only one last chance at freedom, to win the death gauntlet known as the Running Man. It's brilliant satire of the gluttonous game show media, pro wrestling and boxing promoters, as well as the public's growing desensitization toward violence. Not to mention predating the reality show craze that would seize the attention of audiences for decades. The movie directly inspired the hit competition TV series American Gladiators, which a producer purportedly got the show greenlit using clips from Running Man, explaining, "We're doing exactly this, except for the murdering part." On the other side of the world, Japan took to the Blade Runner aesthetic, and the 80s and 90s were chock full of classic anime with strong cyberpunk themes. Bubblegum Crisis was a stark depiction of wealth inequality, with mega corporations treating the world like it's their own personal chessboard, and powerful cyborgs being used for both good and evil deeds. Despite its questionable name and deceivingly bright aesthetic, the show and its spin-offs explored the bureaucratic shielding of corruption and the potential dangers of unchecked capitalism. The 1988 anime film Akira embraced cyberpunk to a T. It follows a biker vigilante and his friend who are caught up in a clandestine plot, when an accident lands one of them with horrific psychic powers. There are a ton of cyberpunk tropes here: uber-stylized motorcycles, laboratory experiments gone wrong, and the rise of Neo-Tokyo from the ashes of a cataclysmic event, paralleling the cities lost during World War Terminus and Blade Runner. Akira is set against a city rebuilt, one that is being torn apart by terrorism, anti-authority protests, and corruption. Through high-octane action and an ever-deepening plot, Akira managed to wow audiences around the world with gorgeous animation and brutal body horror. Its unforgettable imagery would kickstart many other cyberpunk anime series, and is considered one of the greatest animated sci-fi works of all time. With the rise in technology, video games would become sophisticated enough to properly wrestle with the themes of cyberpunk. Most notably, Snatcher, a gritty, futuristic detective game, designed by Hideo Kojima, now famous for his smash hit series Metal Gear, first releasing a year earlier. Snatcher is set in a tumultuous future where there's an imminent menace of cyborgs who snatch the body and roles of humans and hide among the populace. They may perfectly resemble people on the outside, but are robotic, with superior strength and high-tech weaponry underneath. You play a gumshoe bounty hunter who must piece together evidence at grisly murder scenes to track down suspected snatchers. It's been said, good artists copy, great artists steal. If that's true, then by that logic, Kojima is the greatest artist in the world. Snatcher's protagonist was traced from Blade Runner's Rick Deckard, and even the department calls the cyborg bounty hunters runners. One bounty hunter, Random Hegel, is a carbon copy of pop musician Sting's character in the 1984 adaptation of Dune, and entire shots were traced from Blade Runner and its concept art. Despite treading dangerously close to plagiarism at times, Snatcher was one of the first and most engaging simulators of cyberpunk noir we've experienced to date. A surprisingly modern take on the adventure game formula, the game was presented from a cinematic and graphical point of view, often taking a first-person perspective view of the city, its inhabitants, and the sometimes macabre visuals in front of you. The cyberpunk setting and presentation carry the gameplay, which is familiar to pre-point-and-click adventures, with various commands like talk, look, and basic item usage, as do many games in the genre. But learning the specifics, guessing at the many story twists, and enjoying the quaint details Konami put into the game is still captivating, decades on. Snatcher hits all the right beats, high-tech cyborgs, lowlives, and punks abound, and a neo-noir aesthetic, though it does so in a heightened way, and is tonally inconsistent, sometimes coming off as incredibly cartoony, despite other scenes of legitimate horror and thematic depth. It remains one of the shining early examples of cyberpunk interactive media, and has been remade with better visuals multiple times for various platforms, namely the Sega CD and Dreamcast.
One of the things that the so-called cyberpunk writers have done, either consciously or unconsciously, is to look around the world outside, look at the fine arts as well, and import whatever they could use into to the sort of literary ghetto of science fiction.
In the late 80s, William Gibson's Neuromancer was advocated for other media adaptations, primarily by a renegade psychologist, Timothy Leary, a friend of Gibson who had purchased the rights to a video game and even helped shop a movie pitch to Hollywood for years. The book also got a gorgeous, yet sadly incomplete, graphic novel adaptation, and Interplay picked up the video game interpretation. Brian Fargo led the development, known for making Wasteland, which heavily inspired the Fallout series years later. Neuromancer the game was an early point-and-click adventure in the style of Maniac Mansion and Monkey Island. The game has a charming look to it, but it doesn't quite capture the desolate and cynical cyberpunk feel the novel purported. However, underneath the primitive presentation is a fascinating exploration into the sprawl. The writing is a combination of situations and dialogue explicitly written by Interplay, but also contains quotes plucked directly from the novel. The most interesting situations are probably the optional scenarios you can get stuck in, like in the very first scene. You're at a diner after a pricey meal. You can either withdraw money from the bank and pay the bill, or you can dine and dash, and get arrested and tried for your crimes. It's these peaks behind the linear storyline that make the game most engaging. Neuromancer comes into its own during its brief cyberspace sequences, where Case navigates the Matrix, represented by surreal geometric forms. Though short-lived and obtuse, it inspired the imagination, and this cyberspace frontier would be even further explored by future video games, such as the Shadowrun series. More and more, the 1980s were filled with cyberpunk spreading out across a number of different mediums. And more importantly, it was beginning to become a distinct genre, independent of its science fiction origins. The genre as a whole came to a head in June 1989. Essays written by various literary critics, scientists, and scholars were presented at a conference hosted by the Universities of Leeds and California Riverside. It was at the symposium that academics, media experts, and fiction writers debated the central points of cyberpunk and the future of fiction. The question of where cyberpunk came from, what it is, and where it was going were points that were hotly contested.
I really don't think of myself as a predictive, extrapolative science fiction writer. I think of myself as I don't know, almost as a surrealist. I think that what I'm doing is taking a sort of hallucinatory, very impressionistic take on contemporary reality and presenting it as science fiction. Science fiction is my excuse for what I do rather than what I do. It's a flag of convenience.
The term cyberpunk itself seemed to provoke an emotional response from many of the participants. For example, although none would deny the importance of writers such as Gibson, Sterling, and Williams, many hard science fiction writers criticized the genre for relying too heavily on style over substance, claiming their works didn't use enough researched extrapolation, that is to say, educated guesses about the future, rather than stylized fantasy. In response, the genre's proponents assigned their creation an identity that separated it both from science fiction and mainstream fiction. It had its own literary canon, as well as criteria for determining what was and wasn't considered part of the genre. That meant that cyberpunk was free to exhibit whatever literary styles it wanted to, because it was much more than simply being a facet of science fiction. It was its own thing, and while it shared much of the same foundation as the House of Asimov, Herbert, Dick, and Clarke, it was not beholden to the same principles as the genres that preceded it were. The 80s may have given cyberpunk its birth, but it would be the 1990s that would further augment it and shape it into something both recognizable and even fashionable. There was a veritable boom of movies, TV shows, and video games on the horizon, and not only obscure media or cult classics, some of the most successful blockbusters ever made. The end of the decade wasn't the end of the genre. It was only the beginning.
So the penis unplugged. When the laws of entropy touch, you better dread the judge. Wiser men than us been crushed to find dust. When a fortune cookie dummy unfucked, I just shrug. A note like a broken electrical pole sum. But a done, for the scum of the circuitry on the run. Haven't seen the sun with the naked eye much. So the neon is my god and it shine on the numb. Hop up with the bike, uncut, okay, ready. Work ain't been too steady, I'm headed for something heavy. If you got the credits, I'll pull the crime of the century. Morality's only a memory when belly's empty. Swine, get they high mind, focus on taking mine. Get in line, swine, you won't deny me my piece of pie. Any fucker in this broke future that they design, don't comply. I'll supply a deletion, the end is nigh.
I used to pray to God, but I think he took a vacation. Cause now the state of Cali is ran by these corporations. The skyscraper shallow, the homeless, the population. The degradation they face, which should be an abomination. They body parts are stolen and sold to the richest patient. And we the mercenaries at war with the active agent. The legislators that work for the sadists that kill the babies. Would die in the back of a bullet built on Mercedes. Just to serve, murder them and the chauffeur. With humble herb, let my brain exit the herb. That's righteous, huh? Cyberpunk, holding a pump. Keanu Reeves, cyber arm under my sleeve. I blast them all, watch them fall like autumn leaves. Damn it, I can't leave. Night City keep calling me. God damn it, I'm a G. And this fuck shit is all it needs. Life a funky bitch, but this bitch ain't divorcing me.
But now you're gone and leaving nothing but a sign. Another evening I'll be sitting reading in between your lines, because I miss you all the time. So get away, another way to feel what you did all yourself to know, and let yourself go. You know you did lose your self-control. There's no end of the rainbow. Turn away, another way to be where you did all yourself to go. Let yourself go. Is that so what do you wanna do? What's your point of view? There's no price. Where do you wanna go? A handshake with you. What's your point of view? I want talk for you. I don't wanna go. 'Cause I really wanna stay at your house and palace looks so. But you know how much you brought me all undone. You were ignored. You I don't wanna know. And I'm aware that you were lying in the gutter, 'cause I did everything to be there by your side. So when you tell me I'm the reason, I just can't believe the lies. And why do I so wanna call you? So what do you wanna do? What's your point of view? There's no price. Where do you wanna go? A handshake with you. What's your point of view? I want talk for you. I don't wanna go. 'Cause I really wanna stay at your house and palace looks so. But you know how much you brought me all undone. You were ignored. You I don't wanna know. So get away, another way to feel what you did all yourself to know, and let yourself go. You know you did lose your self-control. There's no end of the rainbow. Turn away, another way to be where you did all yourself to go, and let yourself go. Is that compromise? So what do you wanna do? What's your point of view? There's no price. Where do you wanna go? A handshake with you. What's your point of view? I want talk for you. I don't wanna go. 'Cause I really wanna stay at your house and palace looks so. But you know how much you brought me all undone. You were ignored. You I don't wanna know.
Feel the rhythm of the streets, neon lights and neon dreams, bloody fists, they feel no pain when there's so much more to gain. Hunting season, if you will, tell me where'd you I can hardly see the moon. Hope we'll get there pretty soon. Trying so hard to release you out of the misery. Hold on to your wishes if you can't hold on to me. Forgive me for letting you down. Forgive me for letting you down again. I guess I'm not strong enough right now. They will finally feel the flames, flames that run down through my veins. I will make the city burn. We're not planning to return. Trying so hard to be free, to make you see what I see. Hold on to your wishes if you can't hold on to me. Forgive me for letting you down. Forgive me for letting you down again. I guess I'm not strong enough right now. Forgive me for letting you down. Forgive me for letting you down again. I guess I'm not strong enough right now. Oh, my found out treasures are always lost. Pleasures and rage come back. I'm watching you. Be careful with your moves tonight. I think the time is right. I think the blood is dried. It cries for more. So what are we waiting for? Wires and chains starting to fade. It feels like a game you have to play. Lights out, found out treasures are always lost, pleasures are long forgotten. Who are you now?
The universe of Cyberpunk is one filled with incredible technology, grand leaps in space exploration, and outstanding human innovation. However, alongside that comes a ton of corruption within corporations and government, grand-scale warfare like the world has never seen, and financial crashes that saw people all over the world lose their homes, forcing them to live out within the countrysides of their countries. For almost 200 years, humanity had taken one step forward in becoming a great society, but yet 3 steps back when it came to international relationships. And even to this date in 2077, corporations still run the lands, governments are still corrupted, and gang warfare is rampant among the streets, especially within Night City. But what happened over these 200 years or so? What was going on around the world in terms of politics and war? Who were the important figures within these events? And how did we get to this point now in 2077, going into 2078 and the 80s? Well, in today's long video, we will be looking at everything from the origins of Arasaka to the nuclear holocaust of Night City, and even how we got to this stage in cybernetics. But before we get to the title card, there are some facts that I have missed out within this, like the birth of some corporation owners, because to be quite honest, they don't fully add any really interesting information to the overall story, and if I added them, this would be about 10 hours long. But for now, these are the significant events from all of the Cyberpunk timeline, from the 19th century up until 2077. Our story of the Cyberpunk timeline all starts with one man named Sasai Arasaka, born within the mid to late 1800s, with some documents stating 1859. Not much is known about Sasai apart from the fact that he grew up within Tokyo, Japan, and during his late teens would join the Imperial Japanese Army, becoming so recognizable for his skills that he would go on to be promoted to captain just before he would go on to retire from the army. After leaving the army, Sasai would go into the business industry and become just a standard worker within some companies to learn the ropes, and eventually became a businessman of his own. But many saw him as being extremely ruthless, maybe because of his army training, but they would label him as a shrewd businessman within Tokyo, and quickly became extremely experienced within the industrial companies he worked in. By 1900, that fierce businessman would go on to meet the love of his life, Yu, and 5 years later would go on to marry her, helping Sasai Arasaka to become known as a proud businessman and family man. After this coming together, Sasai realized he wanted to fulfill his life ambition of forming his own industrial company, and through his sheer will and religious beliefs finally went about doing it, creating the Arasaka Company, which would go on to become one of the more successful wartime manufacturing companies in Imperial Japan. As the First and then Second World War came about, Arasaka took full advantage of this and supplied all of the military with some of the latest and greatest weaponry and equipment. After the end of World War I, Sasai had gained a lot of reputation for his work with Arasaka, and not only that, would go on to have a child in 1919 with Yu, that they would go on to name Saburo Arasaka. As war broke out again, Arasaka once again started supplying the Imperial Army with armaments, but Sasai near the end of the war could sense it was going to go badly for Japan, and because of it, he would diversify his holdings around the world, allowing him and his family to continue to hold their wealth for the many years to come. During the time of World War II, however, Sasai's son Saburo would be sent into the conflict himself, but as 1942 came about, Saburo would be heavily wounded whilst on his mission escorting a flight of Japanese G4M Betty bombers out of Rabaul Island. During this mission, Saburo would be hit by several bullets that hit the cockpit of his plane and shattered his left arm, driving splinters of perspex and metal into his left eye and skull. Saburo would be labelled as being in a critical condition, being unable to really stay conscious for long, but amazingly, Saburo regained control of his plane whilst being in a horrific state, patching himself up to the best of his ability, and flew back 560 miles to report back to his commander. But despite his heroics, his commander and the Japanese army saw Saburo's wounds as being far too serious for him to continue on in his war career, and told him that he was damaged and beyond use, discharging him from the army for good. This would absolutely devastate Saburo as he looked back on those events wishing that he in fact died in the sky with honor, instead of being a broken man walking the earth with no ambition. With this news, Saburo headed back to his home within the Arasaka family compound and spent days, weeks, and months looking back at what had happened. As this continued on, Saburo would witness Japan losing more and more ground, and eventually on the day that Japan surrendered, Saburo was filled with hatred. He had defended this empire for years, and now they had given up. And Saburo also felt like this was a sign that maybe he too should give up. With this news, Saburo would contemplate his existence, and just before the act, he would suddenly have an epiphany and a vision. He would see the actions of his father Sasai, and had accumulated millions of assets all over the world in many different countries. For Saburo, this would one day be all of his to control, and with it, he also saw Japan rising from the ashes of their humiliating defeat, and would one day become an economic powerhouse. He knew that one day he would be at the forefront of all of this, and could use the nation's power to dominate the world politically and economically. With this vision, Saburo lowered his sword and came back to reality. Saburo was now a new man with a new ambition, and his wartime past was never to be spoken of ever again. As the years went on, Arasaka continued to grow all over the world with their funds still untouchable, with now Saburo helping their growth. As the year of 1960 came about, the 101-year-old Sasai would breathe his last breath and left the world, leaving behind everything he had created. Saburo would go on to inherit everything built over the 40 years Sasai had been CEO. Taking the title Sasai used to own, Saburo would help the company grow even further, expanding it from a simple manufacturing company by opening the Arasaka Bank division. A decade after this, after being in power for a little bit, Saburo went on to create a new part of Arasaka, a darker part to the corporation. This being the Arasaka Security Division, which would be used by Saburo to fulfill any undercover black operations that could help the Arasaka brand grow even further. What those operations were, no one knows, but they absolutely helped this company grow going into the 1970s. And this was certainly to help Saburo's vision for how he wanted Japan and Arasaka to help take over the whole of the world like he saw originally in his vision. By 1980, Saburo finally settled down and had a wife and child at the age of 61. The reason for having a child was simple. He needed someone to pass his legacy to when he died, and that was to pass on to their first child, Kai, a boy who he had spent a lot of time to help him become the future ruler of their corporation. But sadly, at the same time, Saburo's wife tragically died soon after Kai's birth, but it is unknown why. But for Saburo, it didn't seem to bother him too much, as he would go on to quickly remarry a few years later. As the Arasaka Corporation was growing throughout the decades since the start of the century, it would seem like Saburo's ambition for world domination was going to come to fruition one day, and his father's company was going to be at the forefront of Japan's uprising. However, in the year of 1988, little did Saburo know that a boy would be born under the name of Robert John Linder within College Station, Texas, and when coming to full adulthood in the future, would be one of the primary people that would see the downfall of everything Saburo Arasaka had built in his years as CEO. This individual would go on to be later named Johnny Silverhand, but for now, understandably, this would mean nothing to Saburo. It was just another child to add to the billions of non-Japanese individuals Saburo couldn't care less about. What he might have been keeping an eye on at this period of time, however, was the political landscape of the world. In the year of 1989, a new group was forming within the United States behind the back of the president. This group had been around since the end of World War II and were a part of the whole Cold War situation, with these individuals investigating Soviet Union individuals and groups that might go against their country. When the Soviet Union went on to crash within 1989, ending the Cold War officially, a weird tension started to form between both America and whole of Europe, with Europe coming together to solidify itself against any further threats, creating their own group named the European Economic Community, or EEC. But with this formation, America saw it as their biggest threat, thinking the EEC would be able to overpower them economically and politically, winning over all of America's allies and enemies. This triggered the shadow group of the Gang of Four to take shape, trying to find a way to make it so America could find a way to gain power back once again, using anything necessary, and not having to worry about what the President or Senate thinks. This Gang of Four would consist of members from the NSA, CIA, FBI, and DEA, utilizing their contacts from all other countries that were still on their side. But before things could kick off even further, the 1980s had come to an end and political tension was at an all-time high between Europe and America. For Saburo Arasaka, his wealth and power was still growing by the day, and for him, he could just sit back, relax, and watch the rest of the world tear itself to shreds and reap the benefits from it. This was certainly a good plan, because heading into the next decade is where it all started to kick off, and saw the fall of some of the biggest countries in the world. The world had now gone into the 1990s and Europe and America were at each other's throats, all thanks to the collapse of the Soviet Union. Some positives were coming out of this turn of the decade, however. In 1991, the Eurospace Agency, or ESA, fully set up on its mission to venture further into deep space, partnering with the Pan-African Alliance, who would go on to help them construct the mass driver in the future, essentially a space catapult that would be located on Mount Kilimanjaro. Over in the corporation of Biotecnica, located within Italy, they would go on to produce a resource that would revolutionize the world in the future. This product came at the best time within 1991, as the world was eventually going to go through a huge energy crisis with fossil fuel running extremely low, as well as the cost it put on the environment. Here, Biotecnica created the fuel known as CH00H2, which was a man-made alternative to fossil fuels, and with it now being in development stages, it would go on to change the world forever, becoming the standard fuel all around the world eventually in the 21st century. The response was so positive that Biotecnica's board of directors sold the license to 14 other manufacturers around the world. But saying that, Petrochem would eventually go on to be the main supplier, owning 60% of it due to how much land they had to grow the yeast needed for production of the fuel itself. On top of all of that, the EEC fully launched the euro market and the euro dollar, which would come to fruition within 1992, something that still to this day in 2077 lives strong. Over within the United States, a successful businessman known as Richard Knight was concerned about how the world was shaping out. The future energy crisis was causing many to become angry and start riots. The tension in Europe was reaching a boiling point, and all round Richard Knight was becoming more worried about what was to come in the near future. Knight believed he was the only one to do something about it, and due to his sheer wealth, he really could. Looking to create something positive, Knight went on to found Knight International to help gain enough resources to achieve his utopian dream of a brand new city named Coronado City. This city was to be completely controlled and ultimately kept safe from the rest of the warring world around them. It would be self-sufficient and capable of holding off even the most determined criminals, bringing about neighborhoods that showed off all of the different types of nationalities and cultures within the modern world, as well as housing a super modern corporate center that would stand out and shine as a beacon of enlightened capitalism. This plan was overly ambitious but certainly doable, as he would go on to purchase the land within the Del Coronado Bay, and the time was perfect as the world was only getting worse from this point on. By 1992, things had gotten even worse between the two of the EEC and America, as the EEC went behind America's backs and started providing humanitarian and financial aid towards the failing Soviet states, meaning the Soviet Union's collapse was essentially going to be fixed and actually saved by their warring neighbors. On top of that, the EEC also publicly started a friendship with the USSR and asked them to adopt their new currency, that was the euro dollar, instead of the US currency, which they were being forced to adopt. Not only that, but other European countries such as East and West Germany saw the EEC as being a true powerhouse to be a part of, and now putting their differences aside, would join the EEC as just Germany. And as well as that, they would withdraw from NATO, believing that American military military aid was completely obsolete now. The Gang of Four, who was essentially in control of the US at this point, knew they had to do something if they were to regain control on the situation. They were losing so much power compared to the EEC, who were even making massive developments in space exploration at this point, and as a result, without any authority, started using espionage and stock market manipulation to undermine the EEC's overwhelming influence and to boost the US's. This would go on to include directly hacking into the European and Asian stock markets, changing the value of their stocks, bonds, and currency, as well as sabotaging military and diplomatic talks between the USSR and the EEC. This whole event would be named as the Quiet War and would have horrific effects on quite a lot of the world. France and Great Britain was some of the worst hit within Europe itself, as they would suffer massively from a period of economic turbulence, which resulted in mass labour uprisings and major general rioting. Within South Africa, not only was apartheid still in operation, but the whole country would fall for very unknown reasons. However, some sources would state it was due to a horrific genocide, most likely thanks to the dip in global economy caused by the Gang of Four, matched with the horrible tension thanks to apartheid. For the US, despite putting the world in a horrific economic crisis thanks to their actions within the stock market, the Gang of Four had their eyes set on South America, more specifically the drug trade going on within the central countries there, as well as the ownership of the Panama Canal, whose treaty had just expired. Almost immediately, the US went on to send military forces to Panama to take over the canal, citing it was a national defense issue, linking it to the drug crisis that was plaguing the world apparently. Behind the scenes within the Gang of Four, the DEA started making its own plans to hit these drug lords within South America and created artificial plagues to be launched into the selected countries. However, with the release of these plagues that were to curb the drug industry, it only brought about a struggle for resources, bringing about drug cartels fighting one another in a power struggle. At this same time, however, the governments of Chile, Ecuador, and Afghanistan would all go on to collapse, possibly due to the change in the economy, or once again the actions of America and the Gang of Four. Whilst the war was happening out within the Central American countries involving American troops desperate to gain control over the Panama Canal, New York City was suddenly and unexpectedly hit by a tactical nuke that was set off in the center of the city in 1993. This huge blast went on to kill 15,000 people, officially at least. However, the unofficial figures are much higher. The group responsible for this were the Colombian drug lords who were wanting revenge for America's attack on Bogota, Colombia. This attack went on to absolutely destroy some vital landmarks such as the World Trade Centers and the Rockefeller Center, and sent Manhattan into one large combat zone with no authority able to control it whatsoever. There were plans for fully rebuilding this iconic city. However, this plan never saw fruition due to events that were just emerging around the corner. Out within East Los Angeles in 1992, a family was starting to emerge into its own unique group. This was all thanks to the hard work of one family member named Juan Aldecado, a young migrant who wanted to make sure his family never had to worry about finances, violence, or drugs that were destroying the worlds around them. Juan did everything he could. He would attend college, being the first of his family to do so, receiving his engineering degree, and with it would enter the defense industry to try and acquire as much money as he possibly could to provide for his family. Sadly, doing this job wasn't enough though, as he would have to work within general grocery stores just to ward off collectors, and even sell his own home just to be able to buy enough food. Despite everything he did, Juan eventually had to move his whole family down into cheaper neighborhoods, eventually setting them up in the city's worst slum out there. Whilst there, Juan urged his son and daughter to stay in school to be fully educated and to live the best lives they could. However, sadly, just before her 17th birthday, Juan's daughter would be killed in a car accident. This destroyed Ramon, Juan's son, who immediately dropped out of school and would go on to join the Red Dog gangs after falling for a Filipino girl who was part of them. But this did not last long either, as Ramon got caught up in a failed robbery attempt on his 19th birthday and was shot to death. At the scene of where it happened, Juan, in front of all of the police and the media, ranted on every network about how the world is filled with jackals and vultures who make a living out of the suffering of millions of the poor. This whole event would allow the people to recognize the image of this angry, grieving Juan Aldecado, and that year in 1993, the Aldecado clan that Juan had brought together would be removed from LA to fend for themselves out within the wildlands of America, most likely due to Juan's outburst on national television. During this same point, America was still at war against the drug lords and countries of Central America, but at the helm of their government was the new 42nd President, James Richard Allen, who would bring about a new era for the country. For Richard Knight, his project within Del Coronado Bay was finally beginning as Coronado City started construction, funded by Knight himself, alongside partners Merrill, Asukaga and Finch, Petrochem, Euro Business Machines, and Saburu's Japanese powerhouse corporation, Arasaka, who all loved this idea of this capitalist utopia in the heart of America. This construction would be held by the newly forming nomad clans who were starting to see their country was in financial trouble, with many of them starting to lose their own jobs, and some being the survivors from New York City. Realizing that Coronado City needed more land than originally planned and what the bay actually had, the partnership leveled the surrounding hills and dumped them into the ocean. This allowed them to reshape the land to exactly what they needed, reshaping the harbour area, making it capable of porting the large ships carrying all of the materials needed for the construction of their metropolis. In other parts of the world, starting with Russia, the new ruler of the still functioning and European invested Soviet Union took office, that being Andrei Gorbachev, and would go on to change the Soviet Union into the new Union of Sovereign Soviet Republics, a free trade zone that united the sovereign republics similar to the EEC, but with its own army and foreign policies. Not too far away within Australia, the new government put in new modern forward-thinking plans to recognise the Aboriginal people and reinstate them with their original lands. However, by 1994, the corporations dominated within that area of the world would start putting pressure on the new government, forcing them to fully abandon all of those plans of recognising the Aboriginals and instead give the land up for the corporations so they could bring in money into their economy and allow the corporations to expand even further. Within Europe, things were still heating up, however, with many countries who did not want to join the EEC or were having their own financial troubles. Poland, for example, reached the boiling point in 1994, with riots taking place all over, causing the Polish government to also go into martial law. In the UK, more protests were still going ahead, as well as martial law was still in effect over there as well, forcing some of the royals, more significantly Sarah Ferguson, who had just divorced her sweaty Nazi husband Prince Andrew, into leaving the country completely and going on to live within Texas in the US, along with her daughters. For Saburo Arasaka and his new wife Makiko Arasaka, they would go on to also give birth to another member of his family, that being Yorinobu Arasaka, who was born on the 8th of September 1995 and would later become Saburo's true heir to all of his wealth and status. Whilst it looked like the world was going through a lot of change on its own, things within the US were about to get 10 times worse for the people living there, as the stock market crash of 94 was about to happen. This whole event, named simply as the crash of 94, was all thanks to the actions back in the day where they would manipulate the stocks to try and get the upper hand on the EEC and the Asian markets. Eventually, the EEC would discover that the Gang of Four had organized this artificial inflation to promote the illusion of American wealth and leak the news to all of the world press. With news spreading of how security of the exchange rate had been undermined, the whole system fell under itself and the US's economy completely destroyed itself. Countries all over the world started issuing instituted embargoes on the US and its trade, only adding to their pain, forcing many independent businesses to go completely bankrupt and millions of people to become homeless and jobless, roaming the streets to find any work they possibly could. This whole event became worse for the US and turned into the event known as the collapse, which would take place in the year of 1996. The elderly were the first to be hit during this time, as all of their pensions and investments would be completely wiped out, leaving them with no money or property to live in. Pretty much all of the elderly at this point had no other options. They were all homeless and most went to live with their relatives, or on rare occasions were able to join back into the workforce. Violence was on the rise at this point as people started to panic about what was going to happen now that the stock market had fully collapsed. And as a result, many living on the streets would be killed by the riots or by just the elements. With the World Bank and the World Stock Exchange now gone because of this crash, the US had no one to borrow money from, meaning they could not print money quickly enough, meaning by the end of 1994 going into 1995, the dollar was almost worthless. With the rise in violence spreading all over America like a wildfire, it became evident to those in charge that their military reserves needed to be brought in, and because of it, the First Central American War came to an end, with the Gang of Four bringing back all of the military they could to help them deal with the anarchy on the streets. But despite having the military there to help them, them, they could not isolate the problematic areas. It was not just the less fortunate areas and neighborhoods, it was the whole country and could not be isolated. Within Pittsburgh, for example, things got even worse for the public there as a nuclear meltdown would take place there, killing 257 people and causing a massive surge of cancer rates within the area, reaching levels never seen before in the country's history. This turned the city into an absolute wasteland in need of desperate repairs, but before anyone could be hired into rebuilding it, it would be renamed as the Pit and would be host to another combat zone similar to New York City. However, unlike New York City, who had to cancel its rebuilding project thanks to the collapse, the newly formed Aldecado clan, run by one Aldecado, were hired to venture to the Pit to help rebuild it in the next coming years. During this collapse, a massive purge event took place all over America where criminal lawyers would be taken out, with many blaming them for what had happened to the country, or to just take out their rage on a group of people they believed to be nasty pieces of work anyway. Martial law officially took place after this event as the government saw how bad this whole situation was getting. This came to a head, literally, on the 17th of August 1996 as the president of the US would go on to be assassinated, with the vice president Harold Harrison Hunt being killed as well. This left only one option left, that being the US Secretary of Defense Jonathan Seward, who would claim the presidency for himself as the Speaker of the House and the President pro tempore of the Senate declined to accept it for themselves, knowing exactly what was going to come from it. Gangs were popping up all over the place at this period of time, with Miami, Florida being a combat zone for years now, with the primary gang being known as the Bloods, the fiercest group out there, but now during the collapse were the ones holding it all together and welcoming people into their family, helping any struggling to survive, especially those from Caribbean, African American and Cuban South American cultures. The first booster gangs also started appearing at this point in time, a regular street gang whose members enhanced themselves massively with cybernetic technology. Nomad clans were also gaining in popularity due to how many people were out of a job and homeless, with the Aldecados becoming one of the largest nomad clans out within America. With tension rising more and more throughout all of the US mainland, the government decided to completely withdraw from Japan and Korea, bringing all of their resources once again into martial law to try and control the outbreaks happening all over. This could have also been tied to the fact that the Japanese government wanted to push through a new article titled Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution, which would outlaw war as a means to settle international disputes involving the state. This would have been the best thing for international relations. However, the problem arose thanks to Arasaka, who would go on to pay off many of the politicians within the government to vote against this article. And because of that plan, Article 9 did not go through, meaning Japan could go to war at any time they needed, which would make the US's withdrawal make more sense. In response to this, however, a lot of other corporations within Japan started realizing how much power and influence Arasaka held and knew they needed to hit back against them if they were to be free from their control. This would bring about the Far Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere Group, also known as FACS, brought together by various large and small Japanese corporations to counter Arasaka. By the start of 1997, things didn't get any easier for the world as a huge war took place within the Middle East between pretty much all of the nations in this region. This war would go on to be named the Mid-East Meltdown, as it was a conflict that was primarily nuclear based and saw the absolute destruction of many countries in the region, turning them into radioactive sludge and glass-like fields, including the Arab Emirates, Chad, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Libya, and Syria. The sheer force of all of the thermonuclear weapons hitting the land meant that radioactive fallout spread throughout all of the world and for years on end would change the environment for the worst. This whole conflict ruined the US even further, destroying all of their military assets within Kuwait and Saudi Arabia as they encountered a massive intelligence failure, meaning they couldn't pull them out in time. Not only that, but the oil prices would skyrocket because of the conflict as the fossil fuel oil supply was completely cut in half. To make sure the US was protected going forward from this, they would go on to co-opt the entire island of Oahu to ensure the security of Hawaii and the rest of the nation. Back in Japan, the battle between FACS and Arasaka had started to emerge using the Japanese government officials to try and put through policies that were beneficial to that specific group. By the end of that year, however, a new conservative yet anti-Arasaka government was formed, but with this election, many armed force members did not want to work for the new government government, and instead Arasaka would go on to recruit a majority of them for the corporate forces and sent them to a training camp called Hokkaido, where they would be ready for when Arasaka was to come back fighting for power. Within Russia, a KGB uprising was taking place and was horrific, but sadly not much is known about the outcome, with the event only being labelled as the Nights of Fire. In the UK, tension was still extremely high, and this all got worse within August, as an extremely popular rocker boy, social activist and populist named James Manson was clubbed to death by British police whilst playing at an Amnesty International concert. This attack was due to the fact that rocker boy Manson encouraged his audience to riot in a speech made before he went on stage. Now he had been killed, the people did just that and started a riot causing 500 more deaths, showing that the UK was really losing control over its people. And sadly, for the area in which the Coronado City was being built, California, their economy had been doing alright up to and during the collapse. However, in 1997, it could not hold on any longer and collapsed itself, joining the rest of the country in its financial problems. And on top of all of that, within the Pacific Northwest, a huge toxic spill would happen, which would cause mass panic within the area, with much of the sea life being wiped out. The worst part about this was that it completely destroyed the fishing industries within the area, causing yet again many people to lose their jobs and their livelihoods, making matters worse for America once again. As a result of everything that had happened, a formal investigation finally took place into what the Gang of Four had been up to in the lead of the First Central American War, as well as the crash of '94. With them being under the microscope, maybe finally the American people could find someone responsible, and with them behind bars could finally try and rebuild without being hindered. Similar justice was happening out within Japan as an event called the Bald Hill Political Scandal went ahead, in which it found 60% of Japanese politicians were guilty of bribery charges and in result were arrested for their crimes of corruption. But it wasn't all bad news during 1997, as humanity finally ventured into the stars with the purpose of expanding their home. It would be in this year that the first lunar colony would be founded that would be named Taicho. Full bases would be set up there with the latest greatest equipment that were all under the rule of the ESA. As part of this colony, ice would be mined for air and water, plants would be brought in to create a viable ecosystem, and the mass driver they used to get there was to be used for future construction projects out within space. With this first ever colony being set up on the moon, a lot of people around the world saw it as a chance for humanity to expand and get away from the damaged planet they were currently on. As 1998 came around, a giant 10.5 earthquake would go on to absolutely decimate Los Angeles, causing 35% of the city to fall underwater, with over 65,000 people dying in the process. The Midwest didn't have it easier, as they went on to experience horrific droughts that would destroy a large amount of crops, which would cause hundreds of farms to be completely wiped out, and once again leaving many homeless, seeking out other opportunities over the rest of the country. Over within Kentucky, they would be hit by an extremely deadly group named the Ludds, a neo-Luddite group who would oppose all forms of modern technology, especially cybernetics. During the rise of this new group, they would go on to target this area, hitting it with a spree of bombings that would go on for over 10 years, with no one being able to stop them in their attacks, really going to show that despite the acts of the government and military, no one could slow this wave of anarchy down. Back within the newly forming city of the Coronado City, planned out by Richard Knight himself, trouble was brewing. For a few years after the start of the construction of the city, Knight's life was frequently threatened by different parties such as the Mafia and the Yakuza, who were at that period of time controlled all of the construction companies within the region. Seeing what Knight was wanting to do with the city, ruling out crime completely, multiple assassination attempts went ahead, with it escalating into sabotage and intimidation. Realizing he was in danger, Knight brought together his corporate partners to shut down these issues swiftly and ruthlessly. But despite all of this, on the 20th of September 1998, Richard Knight's luck had run out, as he was shot and murdered in his penthouse suite at the top of the newly constructed Parkview Tower. Sadness ran throughout the city as many saw what he was ultimately trying to do for not only this city, but for the world. And in response to his brutal death, the newly elected city council decided that Coronado City was to be renamed to Night City, to honor the great man and what he had set out to do all those years ago. And on top of that, plans had started to take place to create the intercontinental maglev system within the city, to allow it to have fast travel services to all of the other major cities around the country, really helping this city to become grand in scale and very renowned. Richard Knight's wife Miriam Knight also wanted to make absolute absolutely sure after this event that her husband's primary goal to perfect this city was to be upheld. And to do this, she would go on to set up the Knights Foundation to make sure the construction of Night City was kept to exactly what Richard wanted for all of those years. Big changes were also happening out within the rest of the world, especially in the Soviet Union, where a new state-funded oil company would be set up. Originally, Kerosov was the state-run oil industry who sat on vast fields of oil, but now they had become so influential that it was able to break away from the oligarchs of the Federal Central Committee and changed into the new company of Sovietsky Neftyanoy Kombinat, aka Neo-Soviet Oil Combine or Sovoil. Whilst this was a good thing for the oligarchs, they also realized that the oil they were sitting on would not last forever, and unfortunately they were also losing business thanks to the development of Biotechnica's CH00H2 fuel, which they did not have the rights to help their corporate growth. But for the UK, they probably had it the worst at this point, as riots and anarchy was still rampant over the whole country. Because of this, within 1999, the British monarchy was completely overthrown as the martial law authority, an anti-monarchist military dictatorship, assumed power and enacted a perpetual state of emergency. There was a response from the monarchy to fight back and take the country from this extremist group, with King Charles III leading the Royal Marines into battle against the MLA at Devonport. However, he would be killed within this battle alongside his dodgy brother Prince Andrew, meaning the line for succession had been hit massively, and it looked like for the UK, the monarchy was never going to come back again. By the end of the millennium, things were finally looking like they were going back to a form of normality for the US anyway. The economy was going back into a more stable state, and the violence was slowing throughout all of the country. Because of this, martial law officially ended within 1999, and alongside that, a new legislation was issued, which was called the Federal Weapons Statute. This legislation, issued by the Gang of Four, specifically the National Security Agency, was to officially govern the ownership, responsibilities, and punishment for all gun owners within the United States. Now put into action, the statute reduced rioting in urban areas across the nation by up to 30% and brought about far less chaos. It was finally a turning point for America, and maybe they could go back to building up their country once again. Out within Korea, however, this was the opposite, as both the North and South were back at war for the second time, with the South claiming the North had violated their airspace despite no foreign radar picking up any activity. As fighting waged on, there was death and violence all over the two countries, ruining both of their economies. However, for the corporations who were supposedly involved within this war, they would go on to see massive profits from it, as they supplied both sides with military equipment. Arasaka, for example, made massive profits thanks to its product range called the Family Kabuto Personal Shelter, which sold in the thousands, proving that wherever war went, Arasaka profited massively from it. This wasn't the only bit of good news for Saburo, however, as within that same year he would go on to welcome his third child to the family, that being a daughter named Hanako Arasaka, who would be the third in line to the inheritance when Saburo died, bringing about a new era to the Arasaka family and more room to expand their corporation when all three of the children were to reach maturity. The turn of the century was coming and the millennium was within sight, and many big changes were happening all over the United States and the rest of the world. Since the collapse in 1996, more and more nomads were rising around the country, with many people joining their communities. Two more of these communities would arise within 1999, and those were the Jodes, who used to be farmers from the Dust Bowl until they were decimated due to climate reasons, and now roam the lands looking for work, turning to Los Angeles on a salvage operation. The other nomad group to arise during this time were the Bloods from Florida, who ventured out under a new identity of a traveling circus, housing a lot of ex-members from the Disney Corporation. This group would go on to be seen as some of the best entertainers around the world, and one of the most exciting nomad groups to be seen roaming the country. However, despite most of these nomad groups being pretty harmless during this time, only looking for work, one group was rising during this time that was causing a lot of panic and disruption for a lot of people. This group would be the Millennium Cult, who would start going around warning everyone that the end of the world was going to come about thanks to Y2K, and it was all because the world had embraced this new technology that was going to cause utter destruction. But despite these cries about the end of the world, Y2K Y2K would be fine for the remaining countries around the world, and the turn of the millennium was going to be absolutely fine. With that said, however, going into the 2000s wasn't going to get any easier for the US and the rest of the world. And in fact, whilst it didn't bring about the end of the world, this new millennium would only bring about more wars, more devastation, and the rise in corporate control. It was a brand new era, and unfortunately, America's life was only going to get worse from this point on. As the 2000s finally came around and the Y2K panic finally came to an end, the start of this new era really went well as a large space station started to go under construction to celebrate every human achievement made. This space station would be named the Crystal Palace and would be used by all the capable nations out there, whilst being owned by the ESA. This whole construction cost the ESA €7 billion, utilizing the mass driver that was set up on the lunar colonies to catapult materials to them. But despite the cost and risk, what they were going to get was going to be a legendary place that would be incredible to go to and visit if one could afford it. But sadly, that excitement of the Crystal Palace construction would be short-lived within America and Europe as a wasting plague started spreading throughout the lands. What was something that had started up in 1999 had turned into a horrific infection that would attack the intestines of its victims and made them starve to death no matter how much they ate. Eventually, Japan was able to fully fund a vaccine later in life and cure it once and for all. However, thanks to the ignorance of the Gang of Four who couldn't care less about it, only focusing on the chaos going throughout the land, it was estimated that 14 million people were killed by this before a vaccine was finally administered to everyone. Once again, the climate did not slow down for parts of America as well, as firestorms took a whole of the northwest regions, destroying all of the farmland there, creating once again another food shortage and driving many out of their homes looking for work. At that same time, within the cities, more gangs were emerging, this time in the form of poser gangs, people who would try to emulate famous individuals to hide their true identity whilst committing crimes on the streets. One example of these was the poser gang named the Kennedys, who would biosculpt their bodies to look like the 35th President of the United States, John F. Kennedy, as well as the rest of his family. But as these poser gangs rose to prominence, the opposite was happening within the Millennium Cult, who on January 1st, 2000 concocted a series of horrific acts, with most of them being wiped out completely, ending their panic. But this would leave many in horror about how insane they really were. To the cult, they believed Y2K made the end of the world happen, and there was nothing worth living for now. They had entered the dreaded 2000s. Over in Berlin, however, the Millennium Cult took things a bit too far, and instead of taking their own lives, released a chemical attack out into the public, which would kill upwards of 19,000 people, forcing the government to take action against this horrific terrorist organization. After the first year of the new millennium had ended, when humanity went into 2001, another massive technological jump took place as the framework for the net was fully set up. This net was to be a vast network of telecommunications, enabling people all over the world to access all of the data they required at all times, and on top of that, allowed for other things like digital appliances and even cybernetic limbs to be worked on and updated regularly. Whilst the net was still in its construction phase during 2001, only having the WorldSat network being finalized, what the net offered was going to change the world forever, for good and sadly for a lot of bad. For a few years before the 2000s, a mega corporation known as Armatech Lucchesi International began issuing the US infantry with the latest and greatest weaponry and equipment. For a good few years, this company grew more and more, helping America in its journey through the collapse of 1996 and onwards. However, when going into 2001, Donald Lundley became the new CEO to help push the megacorp into a new era, widening their arsenal and range of equipment to their paying customers. With his appointment, Lundley renamed the armament company to Militech, and with the change would go on to forge one of the largest corporations the world had ever seen. Over on the other side of the world, big change was going on within Australia during this point in 2001, as a new huge reform saw about the new Federal Republic of Australia. For the western part of the country, however, this did not sit right with them at all, and because of it split the country completely in two, with one wanting the ways of this new government and the other wanting the ways of the traditional Australia. As soon as the West declared their independence, they would then find a major backing from a nearby ally, that being Arasaka, who would embrace this new independent country and support them if the Federal Republic of Australia ever tried to take them back by force. Out within LA, the Jodes who started their salvaging mission here within 1999 had finished what they had set out to do, but sadly now without work, they desperately tried to acquire new construction contracts from someone, but no one had anything for them as they would lose to the other nomad clans. Venturing back to their lands, however, the Jodes and many others out there within the country would witness once again another horrific crisis where crops from all over the world were hit by an unknown new virus. This virus took a hold of so many of the crops and caused an international food crash crisis in 2002. As people panicked about this during this year, the US were able to get through the worst of it by developing a counter agent, allowing their food to be edible once again, ending what was a terrifying moment for the people of the world. Back over in Russia, more changes were being made, with Sov oil officially gaining enough resources to make itself fully independent from the USSR government and making itself a big competitor on the world stage. The move was so significant that it devastated the USSR's reputation, and as a result of this massive loss, Gorbachev went on to resign, taking the full brunt of responsibility for this huge loss for their economy. Alongside this, big reforms were also happening within the US as word was starting to spread about what the Gang of Four had really been up to and how they had started the First Central American War, as well as laid the groundwork for the crash of '94 and the collapse in 1996. But this was to quickly get pushed to the side as the US found itself within a new but familiar war fighting against the Central American countries once again. This war was started on the 15th of January 2003 by the Gang of Four once again, who would go on to invade Colombia, Ecuador, Peru and Venezuela in an attempt to distract them from what was going on at home and to try and destroy the drug lords in the country once again, who they claimed were still a danger to the US economy, despite the fact that most drugs within America that came from these countries, mainly artificial designer narcotics, were advertised to the public saying "Buy American" and positively helped the economy. This was just an easy scapegoat for them. But this war was a horrific embarrassment for Americans, mainly due to the fact that they were fighting against troops who knew the ins and outs of their lands, and like with Vietnam, were overwhelmed by their guerrilla tactics. Not only that, but American involvement in these countries also affected the Eurocorps, and in response, the Europeans got involved as well, sending the latest weaponry and equipment, as well as employing some of the best neo-Soviet Union tacticians to help them fight them off. America responded to this by utilizing their latest invention of the AVs and their new super soldiers known as the cyber soldiers, who would be sent in to take out their specific drug lords. This brought about a new form of warfare, utilizing air forces to dive into battle and use their cybernetics to take out the enemy. But whilst this war started kicking off within Central America for the second time, back at home, President Jonathan Seward, who was touring the country, would go on to be assassinated by an irate nomad who was actually an NSA operative working for the Gang of Four, allowing the gang to get a bit of breathing space once again. Saying that, however, one individual known as Tesla Johannesson, who would work for the World News Service, would not hold back from the discovery she made about the NSA and the Gang of Four, and would immediately expose it out into the world stage, allowing everyone to know what they had done to start the First Central American War. Whilst this was a massive blow for the Gang of Four, the war still waged on, and for the troops within it, they were suffering massively. For Robert John Linder, he would be sent out to Nicaragua to fight against the troops there, believing that he was defending his country. When in this conflict, however, John was injured on the floor and would be saved by his friend, who would sacrifice his life to save him. It was during this battle that the troops finally saw the news of what had been going on within their government, and they finally started to realize that they were fighting a corrupt war and quickly dropped their banners, deserting the military. The government tried everything to change this idea that they had lost control and launched an attacking propaganda campaign, turning the American public against the deserters. For John, he was one of the men who had given up on this war, seeing how corrupt it really was, and devastated that he had not only lost an arm in the conflict, but also a friend. Returning back home, John would head to Night City and stay within the Hotel Pistis Sophia for a whole month to reflect on what had happened. Now with a changed perspective on the world, Robert John Linder would change his name to Johnny Silverhand, his last name representing the cybernetic arm that he had just installed to replace his missing one. Now under this new personality, Johnny started his mission of rebellion to try and expose the corruption of the government and the corporations, and would go on to set up his rebellion band known as Samurai, which their keyboardist Nancy Hartley named after the huge sacrifice historical samurais would make in combat, willing to die for their cause even if it were immoral or just plain wrong. The band throughout 2003 would go on to play in various bars and clubs all over the city such as Palladium, Destiny and Nexus, with their first gig being played within the Red Dirt Bar until one night in that year. After playing within Rainbow Condenser, the band would be approached by a massively recognizable Jack Masters, the head executive at Universal Music, and after speaking with them for 3 weeks, would sign Samurai to their record label, allowing them to record and release a wide variety of #1 hits such as Blistering Love, and going on tour around the world spreading their message about corruption to their passionate fans. Around this same time, the nomad clans of the Jodes and the Aldecados were setting up their new lives and were prospering because of it. The Jodes went back to their old ways of agriculture after being unable to secure any construction contracts, whereas the Aldecados were able to secure construction contracts and started working within Mexico City, helping them rebuild what they had lost. This contract made the clan the biggest out there due to how much it paid and how much it helped them focus together. As the world went into 2004, sadly for Tesla Johannesson, she was going to be assassinated in Cairo, Egypt by NSA operatives, clearly as a result of her exposing their terrifying secret to the world. This event, however, would cause the US to forego a planned return to civilian government and would allow for 4 more years of martial law to control what was a rising tension between the public, government and Gang of Four. But things didn't slow down there, as a new war was beginning, but a war unlike anything ever seen before. This war would be named as the First Corporate War and would be between the factions of Euro Business Machines, Orbital Air and Zetatech. This war all came about as EMB tried to acquire the failing business of Transworld Airlines, but seeing how beneficial this company would be to Orbital Air as well, they too would also want to acquire it for themselves. With the two parties both trying to buy out this failing business, both would use questionable tactics to shut the other one down, with EBM hiring terrorists to kidnap Orbital Air's negotiation team. It quickly became evident that the two were doing anything they could to shut the other one down and ruin the business plans, and eventually Orbital Air hired Zetatech Technology Corporation to start a large-scale net attack against EBM. But EBM saw it coming and repelled their attacks, completely destroying all of Zetatech in cyber warfare. After this, EBM went on the offensive, attacking the Orbital Air facilities, leading to a large war that included acts of terrorism, net attacks, piracy, corporate solo attacks, as well as using proxy soldiers from the Third World. As the war waged on, other big battles started taking place. The CIA and Army realized they needed to do something about the Gang of Four, more specifically the NSA, and launched a counter coup on them, causing battles all over Washington DC. Most of the Gang of Four would be pushed out at this point. However, many still remained and escaped the prosecution of the CIA. Here, the remaining members would continue to hide in the shadows, with some joining large corporations rising all over the world, such corporations like Arasaka and Militech. Within the EEC, after hearing of what had happened within the Gang of Four during the '94 crash, went under some major changes, bringing about a major bureaucratic reformation to make sure everything went according to plan going forward. By 2005, things were happening all over the world. To start with, the cyber modem, or the cyberdeck, was first invented, a device that would dramatically catapult the technological landscape of the world, allowing more roles to emerge, such as netrunners who would be able to control other people or passengers, utilizing the deck to interface with them when venturing into the net. These would also help going forward in battles and would bring about a new style of warfare for the militaries of the world. Luckily for both the EBM and Orbital Air Corporation, corporations, they wouldn't have to worry too much about using this technology, as after 2 significant battles, Orbital Air were able to attack, breach and capture the main compound of EBM's CEO, Ulf Grunwalder, and forced him to surrender to Orbital Air, bringing about the end of the first official corporate war. This set a precedent going forward to the other corporations, making it clear that if they also housed a strong military and pit them against other corporations, they too could gain quite a lot from this very viable business practice. And now going forward into the late 2000s, many other corporations would certainly look at following in Orbital Air's shoes, taking what they wanted from others. Over in Night City, however, they had their own new problem that was in the form of the mob, who had started taking over all of the regions of the city after Knight's death. The NCPD during this time could not do anything about the rising combat areas forming all over the city, and by 2005 the mob officially dominated the land all around Del Coronado Bay. The mob's rule only took place thanks to the corporations openly stating that they only wanted to be within the city and wanted no part in ruling it at all. Now under mob rule, the city's government would be replaced by corrupt mob-selected puppets to do their bidding for them, even shoving out some of the largest corporations out there, such as the original partners of Petrochem and MA&F. It was a dark, corrupt time within Night City, and suddenly everything Richard Knight had envisioned was falling apart, and his wife's foundation set up to protect his legacy was ultimately useless now. But once again, for the rest of America, on the 5th of November 2005, the new president of the US, Henry Jacobi, would go on to be assassinated, with all evidence pointing to the corporation known as Mantoga Inc. Finding all of the evidence they could about the assassination, the corporation was given an ultimatum on the 17th of November to leave the USA completely within 4 days. But Mantoga refused all responsibility and ignored the ultimatum completely. This prompted the US military to move in on the corporation's facilities in an event labeled Operation Big Stick, allowing them to overrun all of the storage and factory facilities with troops, armor and artillery, and destroying every office they held with concerted air strikes, with one of the largest being within Chicago. 12 hours after Operation Big Stick had begun, most of Mantoga had been wiped out, with just the cleanup duties left to be done, including killing any and all Mantoga employees and operatives who had attempted to or had escaped the country. By the 3rd of April 2006, Operation Big Stick was officially closed as the last Mantoga Inc. administrator was assassinated in Bonn, Germany. This whole operation sent a message out to the corporations once again, specifically the ones on American soil. If they were to push the government too far, they would feel the wrath of the country and would suffer the same fate as that of the Mantoga Inc. corporation. During all of that, over in Korea, the Second Korean War was coming to an end, as the North had its Chinese aid completely cut off, as the South would go on to run a bombing raid on the Subhuno Dam. With China unable to supply the North, the South Korean armies could invade the capital city of Pyongyang, which would last 3 days until finally Kim Jong II was officially removed from power, ending the war in February 2005. With this war won for South Korea, they could claim all of the parts of the North and turn themselves into the United Republic of Korea, a new age in their history. The general responsible for their great victory, General Lee Yong-yoon, went on to be elected as the first president of this new country. However, almost immediately got himself into a massive controversial news story, as he was rumored of being in a close alliance with the corporation of Arasaka and Japan that was signed at the Royal Palace. However, these rumors never came to life, as within just a few weeks, Yi and many others would go on to be killed by a bomb blast that leveled the palace. This was also followed by General Yi's brother, Yi Hotong, being shot down in his F-16 by Korean Air Force pursuers as he tried to get to China. As the plane landed on Chinese soil, his body was never found, and why he was leaving there was left a mystery as well. Korea after this would go on to choose another national war hero as their new leader, the General Sang-jin Park, to help lead the new United Republic of Korea into a bright and positive future. A few other positive changes happened happened during this time for many individuals and corporations starting within LA who had their reconstruction project officially finished thanks to the many nomads who had came here for work. And now with all of it done, the nomads left in their droves to seek out other jobs either in construction or whatever was available. At the same time, another massive technological jump was revealed to the world as the first human clone was grown and was said to be a major success. This sparked great praise all over the world as humanity was now able to start the development of artificial organs to one day be released to the general public, which would be a massive benefit for all the ex-soldiers who had lost limbs during the many wars that had been happening over the recent years. However, saying that, within 2006, the military started issuing their soldiers cyber limbs to help with their service, making them far superior within battle, but also making sure people could return to the front line even if they had both of their arms and legs blown off in combat. It was certainly a turning point for how soldiers were made and used to fight in wars of the 21st century. For those at home just trying to enjoy their everyday lives, they were in luck as a brand new form of entertainment technology had been created that was named the brain dance. Thanks to implants put into the brain, this technology could record everything someone could see, hear and feel and put it onto a disc for anyone to watch back and experience. This would allow others to be able to witness crimes to see what really happened on that day, experience sexual encounters they may not be so lucky to experience, and if someone really wanted to feel their odd fantasies, like Prince Andrew for example, they could be someone just before their final lights go out. This technology was huge on the public stage and really did bring about a new form of interactive entertainment for the public around the world, regardless of how weird it is. For the recently made independent corporation of Sovoil, they had been building a reputation throughout the years manipulating the Soviet Central Committee, utilizing bribes and boosting politician popularity to ensure economic stability in the USSR. However, their biggest achievement was within 2006 when they were able to acquire the right to produce CHOOH2 from Biotechnica, the alcohol-based fuel that was the solution to all of the world's energy crisis. With the rights to this, it would allow Sovoil to emerge even more into the global corporate scene and finally be able to challenge their competitors of Petrochem to be the largest fuel supplier in the world. But with recent news about Sovoil producing CHOOH2, this did not sit right with Petrochem and saw this as an opportunity to grab some of Sovoil's land for themselves. Petrochem went into this offering a partnership to receive partial drilling rights on Sovoil soil, and for a moment it looked like it was going to go ahead. However, just before they signed the document, Sovoil developed a brand new drilling technique which meant their whole partnership was pointless as their technology was now far superior than Petrochem's. As both left the negotiation tail with tensions running high, when the two expanded out into the South China Sea, that tension led to war and the start of the Second Corporate War. Utilizing all of their militaries, diplomats and resources, Petrochem struck first, blowing up a Sovoil platform, claiming it to be an act of revenge for how they had been treated on the public stage. Sovoil fought back and looked like they were in control of the war, but saying that because of the endless battles, 75% of both of their oil facilities were lost within just a few weeks of the war. But regardless of this loss, neither army gave up and continued fighting into the next few years. Over in Hong Kong, after years of fighting between UK rule and now Chinese rule, a new horror was facing the people as racial pogroms started to spread throughout all of the land, really going to show that countries all around the world were reaching their ultimate boiling point. And funnily enough, despite causing so much pain over the years, the US was looking more like one of the calmer countries out there. Saying that, however, in 2008, America found themselves involved in another war despite still fighting within Central America, but this time in a new conflict up in orbit. This would be labeled as the Orbital War, where the US started attacking Soviet-owned space installations to try and gain the power and be the dominant force up in space. The surprise attack on the Soviet Mir-13 space weapons platform became the first ever spacesuit invasion in history. But this did not go without a fight as the ESA got involved to defend their Soviet allies. This kicked off the war, which would only go on to last a total of 6 hours, but saw the destruction of over 40% of the world's Earth-to-orbit platforms and vehicles. Sadly for the people of Colorado Springs, that would be completely bombed from orbit using the Tycho mass driver, and the same happened within Australia's Northern Territory of Alice Springs, which went on to kill 25,000 people. As the war ended, it went down in history as the highest cost per hour in material destroyed and expended in history, with it being around 2.98 billion euro dollars per hour. Luckily for the Crystal Palace, it was too far away from the conflict, which allowed its construction to continue on throughout it. Back on Earth, a huge reform was happening within the US government that finally saw the end of martial law once again. Over in Night City, the Intercontinental Maglev project was finally complete, allowing the people within the city fast travel to many different locations all around the country. It just needed to be turned on at this point. Surprisingly, over in Taiwan, they would go on to fully break away from China and pledged a new alliance with Arasaka, giving them their full freedom. However, the main thing was it gave Arasaka yet another plot of land to expand their ongoing growth, furthering Saburu's ambition to one day take over the whole world. For the band of Samurai, 2008 was a dark time for them, however, as their keyboard player of the time, Nancy Hartley, would be sent to jail after pushing her abusive partner of the time out of her apartment window, killing him in the process. Getting out of jail in the heart of 2008, Nancy would come to witness that Samurai had not been gigging at all, waiting for news on her whereabouts, and because of it, the band had fully split up, with both Johnny and Kerry going on to setting up their own solo careers to keep their stardom going, as well as spreading their ongoing messages. The breakup of Samurai at this point could have been shown to be a turning point for America. Their days of terrible corruption and being run by the secret government of the Gang of Four was at an end, and the need for the protests of Samurai was not as popular as it once was. With that said, going into 2009, the US realized it needed allies going forward. Europe and the Soviet Union were controlling so much that after announcing their new mission to Mars, they had really cemented themselves as the ultimate superpower. With this, the US signed a mutual defense treaty with China to make sure if anything happened in the future, they would have allies to defend them, as they could not take on the Euro-Soviets on Earth or in space on their own. And soon after that, it didn't take long before the US were already threatening to take over full control of the underdevelopment Crystal Palace, but the Euro-Soviets were quick to act and set up the Taicho mass driver to aim at Washington DC to create the warning that if the US were to do anything, they would feel their wrath and have their capital completely destroyed. Realizing this was a bit too much for them to chew, the US backed down and focused on what their plans were going forward. For the Second Corporate War, however, battles were still raging on, as it looked like Petrochem were turning the tide of war as they infiltrated the Spratly Island chain and assassinated Anatoly Novikovo, the CEO and founder of Sov Oil, utilizing planes loaned from the government of Malaysia. But this did not stop the Sov Oil military and only encouraged them to come together and fight some more going into the end of 2009. But for now, another decade had passed, bringing about a ton of changes from technological ones to the way the world was run by corporations. It was quite clear that the 2000s set some dangerous precedents going forward, and now going into the 2010s, more wars were going to kick off, and dramatic changes to the landscape of the US and the world were taking shape. The 2010 started in a pretty positive light, as finally the Second Corporate War had come to an end, with Sov Oil taking the victory out within the South China Sea and gaining more land for themselves. However, this didn't bother Petrochem too much, as they decided to put all of their eggs in one basket and started developing the CH00H2 fuel technology, while Sov Oil still had a lot of effort put into utilizing their large untapped oil fields within the Siberian region. Over in the Western Hemisphere, the Second Central American War was also finally over after America realized they could not do anything more, and it was so embarrassing for them as they thought it was going to be an easy victory. But the end of the war brought about a new problem. The higher ups in the military noticed they did not have the funds, nor did they want to spare the funds to bring out all of the citizen recruits they had brought into their ranks to fight for them. Instead, the higher ups diverted the funds, cancelled all of the civilian contracts, and used all of their funding on getting the equipment and high-ranking soldiers back to US soil. This outraged a ton of people who found themselves without a job and no way back to their homeland, with the government also making the home public believe that they were deserters as well, making them extremely hated at home. This was all thanks to the fact that by this point in the US, the media company known as Network 54 controlled 62% of all broadcasting within the country, meaning that the United States government could control the message that was delivered out there with ease, and most households would most likely be watching a station owned by this mega corporation. Not only was it the ex-soldiers affected by this, but a lot of the contracts they had offered the nomad communities out within Central and South America were also cancelled, meaning they had to just up and leave, triggering the process that would be called the Long Walk, as most of them had to trek hundreds of miles to get back home with no help or funds from anyone. This was a horrific time for many, and it really went to show a lot who had fought for their country or worked to help build it back up, that the ones in charge could not care about them at all, and would rather that they just died out in the rest of the world just so they could save some money. Out within Night City, they had a new problem that was on the rise thanks to the new cybernetic technologies that were emerging around the world. This was the rise in cyber psychos who were being driven mad and going on killing sprees utilizing their deadly military hardware. In response to this, Night City and a lot of other cities would bring about a new type of law enforcer, this one being named the Psycho Squad, aka Max Tac or Borg Squad, and would be created by the extremely experienced Solo named Ares. This squad would be the best of the best and would be able to take out deadly criminals with ease, finally allowing for some order on the streets where even the most deadly cyber psychos could not succeed in taking over the cities. Out within other countries of the world, Romania were going to suffer a horrific earthquake that would destroy a lot of people's homes and would go on to kill 267 people. But over in Italy, they were suffering a corporation issue. For a good while, Italy was on the side of their farmers and its agricultural sector. However, within 2010, the Italian government caved under pressure from the rising corporations and decided that farming was a thing of the past, and now that land was to be sold to them for their energy gains and maybe artificial food products. As the year turned to 2011, Night City was undergoing new changes as mob war had reached its boiling point and was happening all over the streets. The corporations were desperate to take back this city for themselves and objected to the way the mob wanted to rule people. Nearing the end of the war, Arasaka-trained paramilitary troops in assault vehicles would lead the charge into the city, as well as hitting the mob with a wave of bombing runs and assassinations, taking out many of the mob members who were not ready for this level of attack at all. It didn't take long after these attacks before the majority of the mob's power base was utterly destroyed and they had been driven out of the city completely. As the war came to an end, the corporation took over the rule of the city and placed a puppet mayor in power and made it their mission to clean up Night City once again. Almost immediately, they turned around the corporate plaza and made it pristine once again, and then went on to focus on other areas in the city. However, with this new corporate rule, this caused even more of a homelessness problem because the corporations were asking those in houses to pay to renovate their house to make it look better, and if you couldn't afford it, they'd be kicked out by force. This change forced hundreds out onto the streets as their once affordable homes were now turning into luxury places for the corporate troops to live in. A lot of space victories were to be had within 2011 as well, as the Euro-Soviet mission to Mars was reported back to be a huge success, and now plans could be made for what they did with this planet they could now reach, and relatively quickly as well. The Eurospace also saw a big win as finally the Grand Crystal Palace finished its construction and opened its doors, allowing them to own a permanent hold in high Earth orbit. But for some corporations, they would not like the news that they had just heard, and neither would the US, as the once soldiers fighting within the Central American wars had become so angry by what their government had done that they had formed into their own nomad clan and gone on to steal billions of military hardware, venturing out into the ocean, and then hijacking an oil rig within the Gulf of Mexico to set up as their own new headquarters called Metakey, trying to label themselves as their own international nation. This group would be named Metacorp, named after their leader Jonathan Meta, who was once a loyal American soldier, but now does everything in his ability to take away from those who abandoned him and his men during the Central American War. For many, this whole island would be seen as a new utopian city that offered its people a lot of freedom and was a great way to get help away from the traitors of the US government. By 2012, more drama hit the US as the city of Chicago would be hit by a horrific bioplague that originally the citizens thought was a form of Ebola, but was actually fully manufactured by the federal government. The reason why this plague was released was because the university that was producing it had just left all of the most deadly viruses mankind had ever seen abandoned in the labs, collecting dust over the many years since they had been there. As construction jobs started to take place after the collapse was over, this building was leveled down, and then when it was dug back up again, all of the deadly viruses released into the environment, wiping out over 200,000 people and destroying pretty much all of the city. It was one of America's most horrific moments and a real error on the NSA and federal government's behalf once again. Even more blood was on their hands. At this same time, the long walk that the nomads like the Aldecados and other regular citizens were on had finally come to an end, but tragically, only 10% who set out on this journey back home actually returned, with the rest dying due to exhaustion or just going missing. Deaths were happening in the thousands within Night City, Chicago, and in the wastelands, all thanks to decisions made by the federal government once again, and even out within Spain, more deaths were hitting the news as a series of small corporate wars were devastating the lands, really showing once again that the corporations were doing anything to gain more ground and eddies for their businesses. Within 2013, the net was becoming a huge part of everyday society. However, within it was a lot of illegal activities that were going unnoticed. To counter this, a global policing organization would be founded thanks to a US Eurotheater treaty being signed. This organization would be known as Netwatch, who would patrol the net to prevent any and all cybercrimes, utilizing netrunners known as netcops, wolves, weasels, and the Icemen, who would be equipped with very powerful software to move through the net with ease. If someone were to be caught doing illegal activities on the net, these troopers would find you and use programs known as black ice to kill or maim you. On top of this new technological leap, another one was spreading over the world in the form of nanotechnology, which would go on to really help many people when it came to surgery and healing wounds that couldn't have been healed before. With all of this rising technology, especially with the growth in the net, Arasaka suddenly shot onto the scene in 2013 and took to Night City to seek out more power, as well as the new incredible netrunner known as Alt Cunningham. Alt earlier on in her life was praised for her work with the net, setting it up within the Pacifica region and developing software that many hadn't seen before. Being seen as something special to the technological boom, Alt began working for a mysterious ITS corporation and started working on a revolutionary human AI transfer program focusing majorly on cyberware to augment her net running skills. It was here where she would meet her lover of the time, Johnny Silverhand, and when 2013 came around, Arasaka had heard of the work she had been involved with and wanted her skills for themselves. After a Johnny Silverhand concert, the two would head outside of the building after having an argument to find that Arasaka had sent mercs to capture Alt to take her back to the corporation. Johnny would try and fight them off, but it was no good. They were far too much for him with their latest military grade hardware and were successful in capturing Alt for their AI program. Not allowing Arasaka to get away with it, Johnny would put together a riot outside of Arasaka Tower to cause a distraction for the Arasaka troops. With that done, Silverhand, along with a few of his other team including his ex Rogue, a media reporter Thompson, and a nomad named Santiago, burst into the tower and fought through, finally getting to Alt's body that was hooked up to the mainframe. Toshiro Harada, the Arasaka executive, tried to convince Johnny to see sense, but without a moment's thought, Johnny would shoot and kill him and try to save Alt from the program that he had her in, but it was no good. Disconnecting her from the mainframe killed her physical form and left Johnny with a lifeless corpse. However, Alt's soul remained stuck inside the net, where she would remain for years, one day being able to get into contact with Johnny once again. But with that said, her personality would never be the same again. After this event though, 18 people would be killed in the riots outside of the tower, with 51 wounded. The Arasaka Tower would be completely gutted, and Johnny Silverhand had to get away from it all. Here he would go on to join up with the Eldocado clan and stayed there for a few years until the heat died down. By 2014, funnily enough, nothing much happened. The only thing of note was that during this year, the net underwent massive changes, probably thanks to Alt being integrated with it and with all of the time in the world. And with that, Netwatch would also be working hard on keeping it safe from illegal activities. That following year, the nanotechnology that had been developed a few years ago finally became available to the public, allowing all of those incredible benefits to be available to all, as long as they could afford it anyway. Out within Within Japan, however, big changes were happening. Their emperor of the time was removed from office, and with that change, Japan was also removed from the EEC, meaning they were an independent nation once again. This could have been because of Arasaka's involvement in international politics as well. This meant Japan had to undergo a new currency change, and soon after their leaving of the EEC, Japan created the new yen to be a counter currency to compete against the eurodollar. However, not much was different about this currency compared to the last yen, but with that said, out within Asia, it was the dominant currency used compared to the eurodollar. But this did go on to trigger the yen wars within Europe, where Germany would try and limit international corporations within Europe as much as possible, knowing full well that if they succeeded, the eurodollar might lose out to this new yen currency. This war wasn't the only thing happening though, as once again the world was plunged into the third corporate war, this time between Night City's partners Merrill, Asukaga and Finch, along with the mercenary business of Lazarus against the corporation of the Rothstein Fund. This war, however, was unlike anything anyone had seen before, as it happened mainly through the net, as data fortresses became armed camps, trying desperately to take each other out and steal their own data. This war was all set up due to some dodgy business practices by MA and F, as they used the Rothstein Fund as leverage for their investments. Netwatch also got involved within this data war, as they tried to limit net access all over the world, leading to many arrests and flatlines. Eventually, this data war turned into a real world war, as mercenaries were hired to fight their battles on Earth and in low orbit, with them trying to destroy the locations of their enemies' net communications gear. This war was extremely expensive for all parties and cost so many lives, and at the end of the war, the Rothstein Fund ceased to exist, and their MA and F turned in the two of their executives who started this whole war into the LADA, having to pay for all of the damages caused within low orbit and on Earth. It was yet another horrific war that the world had to witness, and once again set another dangerous precedent, as it showed what the net could be used for. It was not only for accessing the vast amount of data, it could also be a battleground for corporations looking to gain more power. Amazingly, it was still 2016, as the third corporate war only lasted 6 months, and whilst this was going on, Australia was also having major problems, as its water supply was suffering massively, with many cities having none at all. This started major riots in many of the cities, with Arasaka having to get involved to solve the situation. Not much was better for the UK, as Scotland also started rebelling again, and started a massive uprising against the English government. But on the positive side to this year, BioWare finally became publicly available all around the world. However, considering how many wars were happening at this point in time, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. In 2017, the US went through yet another president, as President Blair was voted in. However, for one individual named Elizabeth Kress, she was asked to become the vice president after having served a great career as the president of the armaments corporation known as Militech. Kress was a big win for the country, as her acceptance speech titled "Rebuilding the Dream" was received extremely well, as it seemed like the US was under some good leadership finally. This government also helped NASA in their space mission during 2017 of trying to reach Mars to potentially one day set up a colony there. Maybe this was an act to counter Euro-Soviet space missions, which had already been a major success a few years before. With that said, Europe was still having problems, specifically within the UK once again. Things would seem like they were going terribly for them, as the Thames flood barrier would be bombed, causing major flooding within London, most likely caused by the Scottish Nationalist Rebellion. With that said, however, the MLA's rule on the land was coming to an end thanks to this open rebellion, and mainly due to the fact that no one seemed to like them anymore. With them losing power, martial law officially came to an end, and the monarchy was re-established. But without Charles III and his family line available, the next in line to the throne was Princess Beatrice, who had been living within Texas since the 1990s. Returning back to Britain in 2017, Princess Beatrice was named as the new queen and took the title of Victoria II, as she led protests against the MLA and saw their inevitable downfall. The UK seemed to be back to the way it was. The people celebrated the new queen, and the corporations who once avoided the country were coming back to it and started demanding the country have a laissez-faire style of government. As the new government was set up, a new tunnel was constructed going from the UK all the way to northern Africa, with the former British colony of Gibraltar being turned into a gigantic waypoint for people and goods. The British also gained a new military force consisting of privatised armed forces that was said to be some of the best. The British people were happy once again, and regular chants of "we are back to the good old days" were being heard all over the land, apart from maybe Scotland, who was still in conflict with England until 2018, but quite honestly, who cares? Out within Africa, however, Arasaka had located some precious resources buried below the surface, believing them to be theirs for the taking. The corporation would move in to grab it, only to then find that Militech were there to defend the land and population from their takeover. After thinking about taking on Militech, Arasaka eventually saw reason and pulled out of the land. However, this didn't last long at all, because as soon as they got back to their base, the Arasaka corporation would just go on to buy the land from the natives anyway and keep the resources for themselves, leaving Militech with nothing they could do. Whilst the world's politics seemed to be creating new treaties and going back to a form of normality, the nomad clans of the US realized they needed a platform in which they could come together to help their societies and to help them go forward into the future. With this, 7 nomad clans would come together to make a loud voice so they could be heard by other nations of the world. This would go on to create the 7 nations, which would consist of the nomad clans of the Snake Nation, the Aldecados, Blood Nation, Folk Nation, the Jodes, Thalas Nation, and the Nomad Corporation hybrid, Metacorp. Together as one, this would give the nomads far more credibility, allowing more people to join them knowing they were set up as their own unique nation, and would also help them gain more contracts in their process, leading to a new bright future for anyone wanting to break away from the traditional nations and instead go full on nomad. By 2018, more space launches were happening, with the Eurospace Agency looking even further out at the planet of Jupiter and would launch its first manned ship towards it to see if they could set up a base there or in its orbit. For Sov Oil, they would also send up some ships to try to get to Mars to build up a colony or base there, allowing them to expand their corporation even further and maybe start mining for precious resources out there. Down on Earth though, wars were still waging amongst the nations of Europe as Czechoslovakia would go on to launch a brutal attack on Poland. At the same time, Romania would also go on to invade Bulgaria, and out within Greece, they would go on to annex Macedonia with the help of Albania. But quickly, in response to this, thanks to the many different treaties going on at this time, Serbia would hit back and invade Albania for themselves, really going to show that nothing was learnt at all from World War II or the wars following it. And still, all of these nations were desperate for more land and resources to help them prosper. Over in the US in 2018, President Blair would become extremely ill and would tragically die in duty. This would leave the country in the hands of Elizabeth Kress, who would be brought into office in 2019 as the next president of the US, and would be so popular with the public that eventually would go on to be the longest serving president the US had ever had. Her popularity rating went up even further as the NASA mission to Mars was a massive success, and finally they could look at colonizing the Red Planet. However, in another part of space within 2019, massive revolts were going on within the space colonies. Within the L5 space colony, they would completely revolt and would declare full independence. The L4 space colony, in response to their riots, would be placed under martial law, not letting them turn into what the L5 colony had turned into. And the orbital colony of L3 also followed in suit, revolting against their leaders as well. For the first time ever, space colonies were becoming their own unique communities and took command for themselves. The 2010s were a relatively quiet time compared to what had happened within the years before. However, saying that, once again, technology had grown massively, allowing for new types of warfare, and during this decade, corporations were becoming more and more powerful, even ruling countries and sending them into brutal wars. The events in Night City seemed proof that for corporations like Arasaka, they could get away with doing whatever they wanted. But thanks to people like Johnny Silverhand and other mercs, they could be stopped and their plans hindered. And that was certainly a theme that was going to continue going into the 2020s. The 2020 started with the Nomads gaining contracts once again. Out within the desolate wasteland of Chicago, one corporation known as Storm Technology was offering out contracts to go into the city itself to salvage precious resources and to start a reconstruction project. However, many claim that there was something mysterious and dodgy about this corporation, and what they wanted from the city was unknown. But regardless, many Nomads needed the work, and this was a perfect opportunity for both the Jodes and the Aldecados taking up this corporation's contracts. For the rest of the Nomad nations, they were going to get contracts to continue working on expanding their intercontinental maglev into Boston, which would allow a lot of these nations to gain work and help their communities grow even further. Over in Night City, the urban region was still rife with violence and street crime thanks to the homelessness problem and the rising gangs. For the corporate sector, however, that was growing by the day and enjoying the influx in eddies. However, the worst was to come in 2020 when, out of nowhere, a corporate aerodyne would crash on the outskirts of the city, and as it crashed, a deadly plague coated the land, being labelled as the Carbon Plague. This plague would spread over the city for 2 full weeks, killing 4,000 adults, and anyone under the age of 18 who was hit by it would find they had nanotech-based mutations all over their body. Washington DC took immediate action hearing about this spread and got Dr. David Chang onto the scene to start researching what was causing this plague and what could stop it. And miraculously, within 2 weeks of its initial spread, he would be successful and would find a perfect cure. Dr. Chang would find that this plague was a form of rapidly reproducing nanites that fed off of CO2 and heat and was able to move large amounts of material at the molecular level rapidly. Knowing this information, Dr. Chang would adapt their programming and allow them to become controlled by computers, turning them into a product that would be labeled as nanotechnics, which would go on to be the foundation for many forms of technology going forward into the next few years. After that bizarre event, the world was about to go into 2021. However, just before that, NASA wanted to follow in the European Space Agency's shoes and also launched a group of pathfinders to Jupiter with their plans to arrive there by 2025. If they did this, it would be a huge success for the US-based space agency, and in 2021 they would also go on to build a base on Mars that they would call the Christ Base, which would be their own form of space colonization. By the end of 2021 going into 2022, things really started to heat up, and it was all triggered by 3 corporations: Sino, OTEC, and IHAG. IHAG was a failing underwater shipping and tech company that eventually went bankrupt. Seeing this, both Sino and OTEC took to trying to buy the assets to boost their land and resources, and with this goal, both of them engaged in brutal tactics to try and shut down the other one. Netrunners started to try and devalue stocks, and strike forces were sent to intercept negotiators, similar to that of the First Corporate War. Eurobank also got involved, shutting both of them down to try and gain the assets for themselves and make sure they were the dominant global nautical tech and shipping power. With all of these things in place, the world braced for a global collapse once again, knowing that these companies controlled the supply of goods going across the waterways, and if they went to war, they wouldn't be able to get their vital supplies. Eventually, after a lot of persuading, OTEC would go on to hire Militech, the US-based corporation, and Sino would go on to hire the Japanese corporation of Arasaka to defend their goals. At first, not much fighting happened, as both just wanted to gain the resources for themselves, but within early 2021, a Militech security team would go on to kill an Arasaka advisor, with Militech unaware of who she really was. As tension rose, the original members of this heated affair, Sino, IHAG, and OTEC, were forced around the table to negotiate before things got out of hand on the 22nd of February 2022. But by this point, Arasaka and Militech had gotten too involved and needed to recoup their multiple accidental damages that they had caused each other. This meant the Fourth Corporate War had now officially begun, and now it was between the armament powerhouses of Arasaka and Militech. Within the month of March, as the war began, Arasaka would go on to work on their latest program named the Soul Killer 2.5, which they had used Alt to piece together. With it, they would test it on a Militech executive's processor. The Soul Killer program worked perfectly, as they were able to capture his mind and interrogate it, and with that information would go on to assault the Militech Night City office, triggering the start of 3 months of covert strikes between the two megacorps. For one man known as Ray Spart, master Bartmoss, whose physical body had died back in 2020, he would be located within the net similar to Alt. Whilst in here, Militech would go on to contact the Netrunner and ask for his assistance against Arasaka within the war. Alt would go on to also convince him to follow it up, and with that persuasion, Bartmoss attacked Arasaka from inside the net after locating their master program of Soulkiller, ruining a lot of their long-term plans. However, this was quickly followed up with a raid of where Bartmoss's body was after they tracked him down, and as the corporate troops went in on the Conapt building, they would fully kill Bartmoss and wipe his data, or so they thought anyway. 2 weeks after his death, a virus would be triggered all over the net, created by Bartmoss in the event of his death, named Rabbids, the roving autonomous Bartmoss interface drones, and with that release would go on to cause the full data crash event, destroying the net in an attempt to ruin corporate control. The overall result of this virus caused the shutdown of 78.2% of the net in just a matter of months. To try and counter this, Netwatch desperately created the Black Wall, a potent AI with the sole task of blocking off sections of the net that had been overrun by rogue AIs with ice, so that the rest could be salvaged. It was also reported that Arasaka was able to save some of their data as well, and would go on to store it within their headquarters within Night City, something that Militech would eventually discover in the next year. With the net now essentially unusable, the war would continue on all over the world with more boots on the ground combat, but also would happen within space in an event that would be labelled as the 7-Hour War. Within this war, one orbital space station named the O'Neill 2 that was built back in 2017 was treating its workers terribly, not giving them any freedom at all, and this would reach boiling point on the 29th of September 2022, as the colonists started hitting back against the ESA station masters, and the other reason was down to fear that they would be caught up within the war between Arasaka and Militech. Coming together extremely well, the colonists started a quick and effective coup against the entire station, taking over complete control. It was an easy win as the colonists overwhelmed the ESA staff by 40-1. There were not enough guns for the ESA to win, and now in full control, the O'Neill 2 crew used the station's weapons to bombard a number of key ESA and EEC facilities, as well as the tactical defensive destruction of a number of corporate-owned orbital weapons to make sure they could not be caught up in the conflict going forward. The 7-Hour War was over and the colonists had officially won, and due to the actions they had made, both Japan and the US recognized them as a new High Rider Confederate government, meaning they would not be hit in the conflict. Taking the loss to heart, the ESA moved on to other projects as they would join together with Sovoil once again and build a base on Mars, naming it Isidis Base, creating a colonial government as well. By 2023, international trade had broken down completely due to the nature of the war between Arasaka and Militech. Despite that, NASA was still continuing on as normal and started offering people with commercial flights to Mars. But the war was majorly disrupting space travel and other missions as well, with the Pathfinder mission to Jupiter losing all communication after Cape Canaveral, and NASA's Mission Control Center would go on to be destroyed in the endless bombing runs of the two megacorporations. This war came to its biggest event that happened on the 20th of August 2023, where a strike team run by the incredible Solo Merc responsible for the influx of Edgerunners and Mercs all over the US, Morgan Blackhand, as well as Johnny Silverhand, who would go on a covert mission to infiltrate the Arasaka building to capture or destroy the recovered data from before the data crash. More specifically, capture the Soulkiller program data, and in the event that they were found out or the mission could not go fully to plan, like extracting the data for themselves, they would be equipped with mini nukes to take out the building completely with all inside. Two different stories are told of this event, one including Morgan Blackhand, who played the main role within Omega Team, and another story involving Johnny Silverhand and his actions within the raid. Despite the conflicting stories, both would go on to encounter the terrifying Arasaka Merc known as Adam Smasher, who would love killing anyone who got in his way. Encountering both Morgan Blackhand and Johnny Silverhand, he would go on to absolutely absolutely prove why Arasaka keep him on the paybooks by hindering their plans massively and annihilating Johnny Silverhand's arm, as well as capturing him and allowing the Arasaka forces to bring him back to their CEO Saburo for interrogation. But before this could happen, the strike team was successful in their operation and would go on to fully nuke the Arasaka Tower, triggering the event known as the Night City Holocaust. As the building went up in a rage of fire, Saburo captured Johnny Silverhand's soul and disposed all of his body within the ruins of the Arasaka Tower. As for Morgan Blackhand, his body was never recovered, and no one knows if he was still alive after this event. Adam Smasher, however, was massively injured in the event and turned to essentially fleshy sludge. However, with half of him purely cybernetics at this point, Arasaka were able to recover what was left and would be able to bring him back, this time making him almost 100% mechanical and a real terrifying force to see in person. With this nuclear holocaust happening within the heart of Night City, they would be plunged into a new era, an era labelled the Time of Red, simply due to the fact that the whole city was coated in a red cloud throughout all of the day and night for months on end. With this time, Arasaka had lost a horrific amount of respect all over, with Japan almost collapsing completely. With this news, Arasaka had to take full responsibility for everything that had happened over the years during the Fourth Corporate War, and thanks to them doing that, Japan was able to survive. Arasaka was punished massively from this, with many countries, especially the US, stating they could never trade within their countries ever again, only being allowed to do business within Japan itself. For Saburo, not only had he lost years of progression in just a few years, with Arasaka losing all respect and being blamed for the nuclear bombings in Night City, but he had also lost his firstborn son and heir to his empire, that being Kai, who was killed quickly after he declared an end to the Fourth Corporate War, being convinced to do the samurai tradition of seppuku by two members of Johnny and Morgan's strike team, Spider Murphy and Rogue. By 2025, the Fourth Corporate War was finally at an end, and Arasaka was exiled back to Japan with no trace of their involvement in US politics on their home soil. To make sure this never happened again, President Elizabeth Kress forced Militech into being fully nationalized, and because of that, became the official military of the US. But at that same point, Elizabeth Kress was losing some ground as Washington, Oregon, Idaho, North California, and British Columbia all unified into the new Pacifica Confederation, a new chance for them to create their own policies away from the rule of the main US government. With things back to a sort of normal, everyday life and business could continue once again, as NASA set up a new operation alongside the Japanese Aerospace Bureau, as they would launch a mission to try and reach Saturn to maybe one day set up a colony there. By 2026 up until 2029, many groups would start going back into areas that were first hit during the collapse all those years ago. This was to salvage precious resources lost in the corporate wars and the collapse, or to just be able to live in a new abandoned area that hadn't been completely totaled by the war. This also included the looting of old technology and abandoned storehouses, as times were getting extremely desperate. Because of how disruptive America was becoming again, with people looting everything they could get a hold of, President Elizabeth Kress turned into more of a dictator figure, as she would order a full state of emergency to go throughout all of the country, as she started her plans to try and unify every state back together into one powerful nation once again. And whilst all of this was going on, the newly nationalized Militech would try and re-establish contact with NASA's lost Pathfinder mission, but unfortunately, despite having their communications back up and running on Earth, no contact could be made. The 2020s had officially come to an end, and it was safe to say this whole decade was one of the bloodiest the world had ever seen, as both Arasaka and Militech did everything they could to wipe out one another. Many lives had been lost in that Fourth Corporate War, and the nuclear holocaust was a turning point for the American government. However, going forward into the later years, America as well as Night City would dramatically change, and a new era would be born for them, one that Elizabeth Kress was dreading. Not a unified nation, but one that was split up massively. It's fair to say that during the next few decades, not much was to happen within the world, as most of it was being tidied up from what was such a horrific war. For Night City, Elizabeth Kress had blamed Arasaka for everything that had happened there, painting them as the evil foreign power looking to control the country. But despite that view, did not want to help Night City at all in their recovery. Kress would go on to claim that the city was unrecoverable and stated that it would be easier for the people living there to move into the new United States to survive that way. The people who had lost everything thanks to the bomb were suffering massively during this point. Being left homeless, these individuals would not follow Kress's ideas and instead set up shantytowns where they could within the surrounding suburbs of North Oak, Westbrook, Pacifica, Haywood, and South Night City. What was left of the Night City government looked outside for help on their rebuilding project, calling in the old nomad families who had once helped them before. The Aldecados were the ones to lead the operation as they had a lot of experience in this, thanks to what they did within the Chicago rebuild project set up by Stormtech. The rebuilding process would be a long and grueling one, but with the passion people had for the city and the skills of the nomads, it would be doable, and it would look as it did the first time it was constructed. Over in the North Oak Columbarium, an epitaph was set up for the fallen Johnny Silverhand that had on it the words, "Robert John Linder, son of a bitch who never gave up. A legend among legends." However, within the corporate center, one Silverhand fan who happened to be a firefighter, Samantha Stevens, would go into the hot zone on a request from a techie known as Angel. Within the hot zone, Samantha would go on to recover a non-detonated mini-nuke from the bunker of the destroyed tower, as well as the body of Johnny Silverhand himself. With that, she would hide the body ready for transport and also find the locations of his other possessions, such as the Malorian 3516 handguns and his Porsche 911. Taking those possessions, she would go on to hide them within her garage somewhere within Night City, making sure they were protected for years to come. But most importantly, Johnny Silverhand's body was recovered and was ready to be transported to safety. At the same time, rumors were starting to spread about a man who looked especially like Morgan Blackhand within the first wave cities, places that needed little reconstruction and resources to rebuild after the war, with others claiming he had returned back to President Kress to report the failure of his last mission. Whether this was actually Morgan Blackhand, no one knows. However, the descriptions given do imply that someone of his build and skills is still out there, but maybe it's just someone with military training with his personality engram inside them, utilizing similar technology to that of the relic. But that's just a theory for now. By 2038, Johnny Silverhand's body is still being transported by Samantha. However, this time she is tasked with taking it to Los Alamos Labs within New Mexico. As she went on to leave, she would entrust a merc known as Zara with one of Johnny's Malorians she had found in a wrapped package, stating that she couldn't think of a better person to use it. By the time Samantha had gotten to Los Alamos Labs within New Mexico, the crate with the body within it was handed over to the person who had sent her on the mission in the first place, the techie known as Angel. And once she opened the crate to see the body, Angel would whisper, "Hello, my love." Throughout the 2040s, not much really happened apart from the rumoured sightings of Morgan Blackhand and the reconstruction of Adam Smasher. With Smasher now fully functioning again, albeit being mainly a machine now, he would be sent out to look for Johnny Silverhand's possessions that he had located within Samantha Stevens' garage and around the country. Not only was he able to find Johnny's Porsche that he would keep for himself, but he would also find his Malorian Arms 3516 that he would eventually pass down to his second in command and loyal worker Jeremiah Grayson in 2050. With that, he would also go on to locate Silverhand's body and bury it just outside of Night City, making him one of the only people who knew the location of where Johnny's body was. Either meaning Smasher went on to kill Angel, who gained possession of Johnny's body, or Smasher was tricked and the body he went to bury outside of Night City was actually a body double. But again, that's just a random theory. The only other event that was of significant note was within 2047, a young man would be born to Mama Wells named Jackie Wells, who would live within Haywood in his family's home. Jackie certainly didn't have the best upbringing, as his father would frequently get drunk and beat him mercilessly with a belt. Because of this horrible upbringing, Jackie learned to become strong relatively quickly, and that would help his life change going forward. 2 years later, after Jackie was born, his soon-to-be partner in crime would be born, that being V, who was born in 2049. However, their backstory is obviously a bit bit of a mystery. But for the people of America, the population was getting a bit out of hand and affordable homes were not coming onto the market. It was decided here within the late 2040s that mega buildings were to be constructed to help with the population growth, as they could house thousands of families in one high-rise building. And at the same time, they were extremely cheap to maintain, but also brought in a pretty eddy. Over in China, they were rebuilding after what had happened to them within the Fourth Corporate War. And for one company that was the kernel of China's forces, Ximingzhu's defense company, it had now become fully debt-free because of the work he had done to rebuild them. And because of it, it fully rebranded to the corporation known as Kangtao. With this new rebrand, Kangtao started debuting on the international weapons market with the A22B Chao Smart Pistol, which would finally give some competition to the main manufacturer of this type of thing, which was Arasaka. But with them out of the picture, it was Kangtao's for the taking. Over in Night City in the year of 2051, the people there were once again hit with an epidemic as a rogue case of the bird flu took over, affecting thousands of people, and by the end of the year killed over 7,000 people. The flu went away for a bit, however in 2059 it came back, and even harder this time, killing over 10,000 people. But life continued on for the people of this city, and most just accepted this was the world they lived in now. As they continued on into the next decade, a new mayor would be elected within the Night City Council. The leader of the new devolutionist party, Lucius Rhine, a proud Night City resident who had lost his father within the Night City Holocaust and had his mother captured by Raish Bartmoss's rogue AIs within cyberspace. But with that tough past, Lucius tried desperately to make the world and Night City a better place, doing frequent inspiring speeches and calls to action to help rebuild the world in the newly formed Watson development. His other plan was to stand up against the new United States of America and its government, who were desperately trying to force Night City and many others into its ranks to unify the country. But sadly for Lucius, Night City would once again be hit by another case of bird flu in 2061. But this was the worst one so far, being labelled as the Great Bird Flu, which would go on to kill 12,000 people this time. At this same point in history, over within Haiti, this country would be officially wiped out due to a series of horrific storms and climate change effects, forcing everyone who lived there to venture out and seek a new home. Here they would travel to Night City and seek refuge within the Pacifica district, an area that was going to be a luxury resort for all of the corporations and visitors to Night City. This transformed the area into a full refuge for all immigrants from Haiti and other islands affected by climate change and war, bringing about a loyal community of Haitians who would form together into a gang known as the Voodoo Boys. Over on the outskirts of the city, one corporation known as NC Dam Limited would go on to purchase the dam and reservoir just outside of the border of the city. As this happened on the 17th of July 2062, a massive disruption attempt by the residents of Laguna Bend took place, as they knew they would be thrown out of their homes if they were to purchase the dam. Despite all of their efforts, NC Dam Limited was successful as they sent in their corporate troops to force out the residents from their home. And with them now gone, they were able to flood the area and with it the town in which many lived, including the brain dance editor Judy Alvarez. By 2063, Night City had had enough of the bird flu epidemics and decided to finally take action, putting into place the Avian Extermination Act, which was to quell outbreaks of avian-borne diseases, which claimed tens of thousands of lives in the city over the past decade. Despite looking like Night City was under good leadership now, gangs were starting up all over the place, and for one group of the Tiger Claws, they would go on to pick on the wrong group, those being the residents of Elizabeth Borden's bar. During one of their nights out at the bar, 3 Tiger Claw members went on to kill one of Lizzie's night workers, which would drive her mad with rage. As a result, she would get her revenge, killing all 3 of them with her axe. But the Tiger Claws didn't hold back and immediately got their own revenge, killing Lizzie as well. This was a tragic moment for the community and united all of the people working at the bar and all of the night workers, forcing them to form together into a new gang that would be labelled as the Moxes, who would always do everything they could to honour their once leader, Lizzie, and protect all night workers who needed shelter over the city. Over in Japan, Arasaka would start their full rebuild process as one of their bodyguards would go on to save the life of the Emperor of Japan in 2067, helping them to gain a positive reputation with their country once again, finally helping them to step out of the negative shadow they had been in since the Fourth Corporate War. Other things were happening over of the world at this point as well. One of the positive things was that the first ever settlement was made within Antarctica, something no one ever thought was possible. Why it was set up there, no one really knows, but it was an achievement nonetheless. But sadly at the same time, the people of the world would be sad or happy depending on their perspective that the last of the sharks officially died out. The sharp-toothed, terrifying creatures of the sea were now officially gone, and the ecosystem was dramatically changing because of it. Over in Australia as well, a gigantic bushfire would rage throughout the land and would go on to kill all but one of the koala population. This koala named Omega would be the last of its kind and would be massively protected by all who knew about it. But by 2068, Elizabeth Kress was finally succeeded by a new president known as Rosalind Myers, due to the fact that people were learning about the truth behind the bombing of Arasaka Tower in Night City. 4 elections and a dictator's style of leadership during part of it had made her the longest serving president the country had ever had. But now it was time for a change, and Myers, who was also an ex-Militech CEO, was certainly going to bring about that going into the next decade and beyond. With Rosalind Myers becoming president, it didn't take long before she set the world alight, or more specifically, America alight. Myers had similar ambitions to Kress, but was more ruthless in how she went about them. Myers was desperate to unify the country once again and to make them become a superpower on the world stage. In January of 2069, she did just that, as she extended federal rule over the many free states, stating she was strengthening the country. This immediately kicked off the unification war, as the free states refused to accept what Myers was trying to do. For a few states such as Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, they would remain neutral within this conflict, but the federal government said they could only be free from conflict if they held some of their concessions on their land. The Republic of Texas as well sided with no one and stood for themselves in the conflict, giving them 2 enemies in the NUSA and the Alliance of Free States. The NUSA was extremely aggressive in this war, attacking all of the free states with their sheer Militech strength. But by the mid-war, Arasaka saw an opportunity to resolve themselves on the land and started providing the free states with their best resources to fight back against the government. With war waging everywhere, the people of Night City thought they were going to be invaded at any point, and as a result, corporations started leaving in their droves, meaning the Pacifica district lost all of its funding and turned into a hostile land filled with crime and gang warfare. Eventually, the NUSA troops made it into the outskirts of the city, but Lucius Ryan had a plan, as he had asked the exiled Arasaka, who had been helping them with resources anyway, to help them defend their city. Almost immediately, Arasaka answered the call, and their super carrier showed up within the Del Coronado Bay, forcing the NUSA to retreat. Realizing that Arasaka was on the enemy's side, the NUSA knew that if they were to continue, this war would get worse and would be more horrific than that of the Fourth Corporate War, and because of it, they had to end it now. With this, a Treaty of Unification, or the Arvin Accord, was signed, ending the Unification War once and for all. Night City benefited the most from this, as it became completely independent from both the NUSA government as well as the North California's rule. For the rest of the parties, none of them were happy with the treaty, but were just relieved the war didn't start another global crisis, and because of it, all of them claimed they had won it. By 2071, Arasaka had a foothold within North America once again, and they could finally grow their corporation once again as well. Here they would help their name grow, as they would prevent mass riots within San Francisco, showing to many that they were there to help maintain the peace, helping many to believe in their cause and see them as a positive light within the community, especially within Night City, as they would build their main North American HQ in the same spot that had been destroyed all those years ago in 2023. Within Night City, corporations were coming back into the central complex. However, Pacifica was left completely due to how dangerous it had become, and for the gang of Maelstrom, who were on the rise ever since the Metal Wars years ago, they had a new leader known as Brick, and a new brutal regime was taking place in their ranks. Another law was passed during this time, and that was the selling of domesticated fowl to once again stop the spread of any bird flu type epidemic. This didn't stop it, however, as people just did it on the black market. At that that same time, a new epidemic happened in 2072 in Night City, this time being a zoonotic disease called rat fever, which would go on to wipe out all of the animals within the nearby land and causing a few animals to become extinct. In 2074, Night City realized it had a real problem on the streets, something the NCPD or even MaxTac could not control. Looking for options, Rosalind Myers attempted to bring in Militech to help Night City with its gang crime problem. However, the NCPD commander objected to their involvement, seeing it as just an attempt to get control of the city and bring it into the NUSA world. Instead, Arasaka was still seen as the ones to go to over Militech and Myers. This was helped once again as Arasaka were proving themselves to be true peacekeepers as they would destroy a terrorist cell in Rio de Janeiro, killing all those responsible for a series of attacks, helping their PR once again and showing Night City that Arasaka were the better option over Militech and the NUSA. In 2075, the infamous hacker who caused the downfall of the old net reached Bartmoss's body that was frozen in a cryogenic freezer, had found that his contract with them had expired, and because of it, the freezer in which he was housed in was discarded at the Badlands landfill, something he requested on the eventuality of his death. Not the most honorable way to get rid of this legend's body, but it was what he wanted. At this same time, the gang known as the Animals, who used cybernetics to make them more animal-like in skills and talents, had acquired a new leader named Sasquatch and started taking over more land, fighting anyone they could to prove their strength. For one individual during this time, however, known as Lucy Kushinda, she would go on to meet with an individual known as Kiwi in 2075 and would join her mercenary crew run by a legendary solo known as Maine, becoming part of their Edge Runner operations. By 2076, this crew would be doing as many gigs as they possibly could until they would go on to encounter the young, ignorant and angry individual known as David Martinez. This crew would try and teach him the ways of being an Edge Runner and eventually get him up to a point where he could be useful within raids. Sadly for the crew, they would go on to lose two members in their operations, those being the leader Mame, who would turn cyber psycho due to how many implants he had, and Dorio, who would be killed by Mame during his psycho spree. With the crew now leaderless, David went on to take on Mame's cyberware, adding it to his military grade Sandevistan, which he had acquired thanks to his mother back when she was an EMT. Throughout the many months this crew were active in 2076, the crew would go through many betrayals and deaths, in the end leaving just David and Lucy. However, with how much cyberware David had at this point prior to them just being David and Lucy, he was being driven mad and was going into the full cyber psycho process, and was under attack by Militech forces desperate to get the prototype cyberware he was utilizing, including the giant and terrifying Adam Smasher. As Adam Smasher crushed and wiped out almost all of the crew, David would engage with him in a final stand, but sadly it would not be enough, as David would be killed there and then by the mechanical beast of a man, if you can even call him a man. Lucy, David's lover, was the sole survivor left, and after living through all of that bloodshed, fulfilled her lifelong dream of visiting the moon. When there though, the vision of David became visible to her, reminiscent of the first time the two had a brain dance together where they would also go to the moon. David's crew would sadly be forgotten like many other Edge Runners, however the impact they had on Night City was quite significant, and if Adam Smasher wasn't on the scene, who knows where they would be now in the late 21st century. The year was now 2077 and Arasaka made a massive announcement of their new technology they had developed. This was named as the Relic, which was a unique biochip that would imprint a user's personality on it to allow their descendants a way of communicating with them long after they had died. This product would be hugely popular with corporate investors who saw this as one of the most revolutionary pieces of technology ever seen, and when it did launch, it would be a massive seller on all markets. At the same time, Biotechnica also came up with a phenomenal breakthrough as they were now able to revive 3 extinct species lost by the rat fever in 2072. Those 3 species being the North American beaver, the swift fox, and eastern cottontail, who were popular amongst the wealthy clientele. With the relic being in such high demand, especially within Night City, one fixer named Dexter Deshawn would raise a crew to infiltrate the Konbeki Plaza Hotel and would steal the prototype utilizing the data collected by Evelyn Parker. The raid went well initially as V and Jackie Wells were able to break into the penthouse suite, locate the relic without being noticed. However, everything went south as Saburo Arasaka and his son Yorinobu arrived to discuss their future and solve their differences. As Jackie and V hid from the sight of the Arasakas and their bodyguards, they would go on to witness the murder of Saburo by his own son. After that event, the whole tower went into lockdown, with both V and Jackie being seen as responsible. The breakout went from bad to worse as sadly Jackie was hit in the escape and would go on to die in the process. V would also get infected by the relic, which they had to store in their own neural cortex to make sure it did not expire. However, when getting back to Dex, V would also go on to be murdered to hide Dex's involvement in the raid. But the relic did something unexpected as it would go on to reboot V's brain and bring them back to life, but at a price. The engram within the prototype relic would be none other than Johnny Silverhand, who would start attacking V's body and assuming control of it. 3 months after this event, V would go on a journey to try and fix themselves from this engram taking over, trying their best to get on with Johnny at the same time. Along the way, they would go on to meet various individuals from Night City, developing unique bonds with them, as well as engaging in gang wars that were happening all over the city. For the rest of Night City, Lucius Ryan would die of what was said to be a heart attack due to a cyberware malfunction, but the truth was, Ryan would go on to be murdered within the strip house known as the Red Queen's Race, as a virus was loaded onto his BD, overwhelming his senses and killing him there. With his death and murder covered up, Weldon Holt became the acting mayor, trying to defend his role from the new up-and-coming nominee, Jefferson Pareles. As the vote went through, Pareles would go on to win by a large majority, becoming Night City's latest mayor and a people's favourite. As this went on, V, along with Saburo's once bodyguard Guru Takimura, would capture Saburo's daughter Hanako and try to convince her to join their cause in bringing Yorinobu to justice, and alongside it, helping V from being absorbed by Johnny's engram. Arasaka, more specifically Adam Smasher, would launch a brutal attack on where Hanako was housed, trying to kill all within. This event would trigger Hanako into eventually helping V, and together with all of the parties V had met on their journey, would launch an attack on the Arasaka Tower to try and get down to the basement, integrate with their Makoshi network, and either remove the engram or let it fully take over their body. It was now the summer of 2077, and V's future would depend on how they handled the Arasaka Tower mission. They would either go on to be taken to the Arasaka Orbital Station, where they would go on to have their relics safely extracted from them, or they would be on their way to the Crystal Palace or leaving Night City for good, but that would only be if Johnny's engram fully took over V's body. It is unsure what the future for V would be during all of this, or if there are any other events that would happen before that final raid on the Arasaka Tower. However, it is said that in the years going forward that Night Corp is finally able to complete the maglev connection to Chicago in April 2078. It is also said that Lizzie Wizzy, one of the biggest pop stars out in America, is set to be playing a concert at the Crystal Palace as part of her cosmic tour throughout early May of that same year. By the winter of 2078, it is said that the Intercontinental Maglev network is planned to become fully operational, finally allowing people to travel all over the land. And by 2080, the connection to Chicago that would take 3 hours was said to go online as well. The last thing on the Cyberpunk timeline is something that to many will be a terrifying thing to hear. It is said by a leading AI analytics that by the year of 2080, there will be a 74% chance that a second hot war between the new United States and the Free States will occur once again. And if it were to happen, it would most likely mean that humanity would be plunged into one of the worst wars they had ever seen, with most likely Arasaka and Militech trying to wipe each other out once again, with maybe corporations like Kang Tao also getting involved to protect their investments and show off their new revolutionary weaponry. But with all of that said, we will just have to see what the future holds for this timeline. Maybe life will calm down and humanity can just enjoy their new world, exploring the stars, rebuilding other cities, and just embracing the new technology that is coming out on a regular basis. Or maybe they will just annihilate the planet completely in the name of their chosen corporation, eventually moving on to either the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, or even Saturn. Who knows what will happen? But for now, this has been the full timeline of events from the mammoth, brutal, and fascinating Cyberpunk universe.
Oh gosh, have I been muted this whole time? You're joking, right? You're joking. Holy crap. Almost the entire stream. I've been muted. Oh no! I've been talking the whole time.
Can you feel it? Can you touch it?
No one heard me at all.
Here we go. Can you feel it?
Son of a bitch!
Can you touch it?
Everybody who enjoyed it, I said thank you. And god damn it. Everyone thinks I'm focused. I don't realize I'm a mouth. I talk constantly. I constantly talk. You guys know me. Have I ever been that quiet? Oh man. Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry, guys. And that's my fault. I swear. You know what it was? I think I went to cough and I hit mute because I didn't want to cough. And then I thought I hit the unmute and I'm an idiot. Well, no wonder everyone's like, oh, oh man. It didn't seem like you. Okay, Monster's like, something's up, something's up. Oh shit. Anyway, I was saying on my hands, my fingers are bad, because I always like, middle finger, baby! Cyberpunk. But normally I have a lot more here, but I've been pretty good. I'm supposed to use the smudge sticks. I'm supposed to use this, but I like using this. Oh my god, I'm serious. Oh, you know what? You guys would have let me know if I did the wheel, and you didn't hear anything, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a giveaway here on the channel, and we're also going to we gotta come up with some names of some shots. We're gonna do shots. We did cocktails last time. We're gonna do shots today. You know what I'm gonna do? I wanna be creative. I'm gonna create my own shots. Wish me luck. Oh man, this is why I'm a rookie streamer. I need a lot more years of practice, guys. Anyway, I'll say it now. Tomorrow I'm going to be doing a stream during the Game Awards, so if you guys want to watch the Game Awards with me, you're more welcome to join me on my channel. And then later that evening, I'm going to be doing Aliens Fire Team Elite with Gamercam and Elliot. He'll be joining us. We're going to be it's going to be a 3-man crew, and we're gonna start fresh. I think. I don't know what's going to happen. But there will be death. I will probably kill Cam some way, somehow. He loves it when I kill him. Probably explosives. We'll see. Oh, man. Okay, we're almost done. I'm playing some music right now, but we're going to probably do a giveaway real soon. I'm just doing some final touches. I kind of wanted to find something first. Hold on a second.
I saw you when life was missing. You lit a flame that consumed my head. I'm now one forever.
I want to go darker here.
I traded all for your sweet embrace.
My music is loud over my voice. I'm not loud enough. Damn it! All right, I'll adjust it. Oh yeah, it's fully cranked. I'm sorry. Is that better? Is that better? I'm so sorry, guys. Again, rookie streamer here. I muted myself for the entire stream. Son of a bitch. Oh, you're rocking out? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, was it too loud or was it not too loud? I can go halfway in between. I think it's a good volume now. I don't want to stop somebody from rocking out. Okay, we're at an appropriate level. I like it. I like it. Monster, I'm happy you're here. You can get an extra entry just for being here in chat. And we're gonna do the giveaway real shortly here. Susan, am I happy with this? All right, I think I'm happy with that. I kind of want to have a little bit more white there. Give me 1 second. Let me do one more. Where's my fucking white? Ugh! Okay. Hail. I'm gonna have a couple, just one more thicker line. So it's almost like he's driving, right? He's driving with his gun. That's the idea. Except maybe there's no roof. I don't know. We're making it up as we go along, all right? I'm pretty happy with the result. I kind of like it. I kind of need to carry some lines over this way too. I don't know. Guys, we're going to do a giveaway. For those who are brand new to the channel, basically what I do is I ask for you guys to put something in chat, and then I add you to the wheel here, and then we're going to spin Battle Royale style down to one winner. Let me get you guys to put a word in chat, and we're going to do choom. C-H-O-O-M. Put choom in chat. If you put choom in chat right now, I will add you to the wheel. All right, and then what we need to do is we need to roll the dice. The reason why we roll the dice is it mixes up the board yet again. Let's roll the dice. Please don't roll a bunch of 20s. Oh, God. All right, that equals 64. I ain't got to roll. I got to. Oh, my God. What was the name of the long video that we watched? Oh, okay. Absolutely, I can give you that. It's called The Full Cyberpunk Timeline, ... so far. And it's from 1859 to 2077. It's Cyberpunk Complete Lore. The channel name that did it is called Wise Fish. I will have this in the YouTube channel, of course, the link right to it. It was a 2-hour video, like a big applause to Wise Fish. Amazing job. Absolutely. Go check out their channel. We do have 59 entries. All right, chooms. Let's shuffle the deck, shall we? 64 times. It's been shuffled. Best of luck to all of you. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Oh my gosh! What are the chances? Hello, Hellop, who won, what was that, 2 weeks ago, is getting eliminated. All right. What kind of drink are we going to give them? We're going to give them Madman's Mead. Because downing a mug causes a fleeting bout of insanity. They're going crazy. We got to remove them. Let's keep it going. All right, what are we going to be pouring? Are we going to be pouring a drink for Peach Ass? Peach Ass, what am I going to get you? Let's do a Mandrake Mocha. It's a hot, creamy beverage with a narcotic effect. It dulls the pain and leads you into a deep slumber. Go to sleep. There you go. Let's go. Oh, it's going to be hard code word havoc. It is code word havoc. All right. We're going to give code word havoc a Will-O-the-Whiskey. It's a whiskey with minor hallucinatory effects. Starts with a tiny tingling light in the corner of their eyes and ends with like a shining orb of light dancing a few yards away from them. And then it keeps moving as you try to catch it. That's why they call it, get it? Will of the Whiskey? All right, here we go. Oh, almost on MJ. Ended up on Linz and John Paranormal. All right, Linz. What are we going to get, Linz? We're going to get her a Hag Raven Brandy. It tastes as ugly as that name giver. Me. No. The appearance of everyone around you will be exceptionally improve. Every sip she takes. It'll only but the effects wear off in 6 hours. Suck it, Linz, MJ says. All right, here we go. What's our next drink? Let's find out. We're saying goodbye to what? Who's the next choom we're saying goodbye to? Looks like it's gonna be GM Dixie. GM Dixie, what kind of drink can I make for you? All right. We're gonna make GM Dixie. We're gonna make them a good berry gin. If he drinks enough of it, it works as a mild healing potion. But it does not compensate for the damage done to his liver, or if he falls down the stairs while drunk. That kind of damage. Drunk damage, we'll call it. Removed. Let's keep it going. Oh no, Monster J! Oh shit. Well, good thing, Monster J, you're not out yet. I gotta make you a drink though. We're gonna make Monster J a Paladin's Bane. It's sweet enough to tempt the righteous, and you hardly taste the alcohol, but it'll give you a decent hangover and a bit of diabetes. All right, here we go. let's remove that and keep it going. How dare me? Oh no, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. Oh crap! Almost GM Dixie's getting hit again, but it landed on Comtech. All right, Comtech. We're gonna make Comtech something called the Titan's Brew. It's a regularly tasting ale served in an enormous cup, and after drinking it, Comtech will grow a few inches, and maybe not in height. All right, let's remove and keep it going. Oh wait, what we got here? We got Suki from D-Live. Suki. We're gonna make Suki something called the Belching Rum. It's an effect that takes place immediately. It'll after 10 minutes, the effect is you just belch thunderously. Everyone within 100 yards is deafened for a small bit of time. The belches are that loud. That's right. It's the Belching Rum. Let's keep it going. Oh gosh, we've got Homer Pimpson. Homer Pimpson, we're gonna make you a Fire Breath Ale. If you drink it, you breathe into a flame, a fireball basically just gets cast into the center of the room. Good stuff. Next up is Elizabeth. Elizabeth, I'm gonna make you a drink called the Drippets. The drops in the bottom of empty kegs mixed together, and it's dyed black. Anyone who can drink a pint of it without vomiting doesn't have to pay. That's the thing. But it makes everyone puke. So that's a nasty drink, Elizabeth. We'll have to get you another one to refresh yourself. Ooh. It's landing on Yummy the Vampy. All right, Yummy. We're gonna make you something called the coup de grace. At the end of the night, the bar top is wiped down with a rag, and the contents are wrung into the shot glass, and you have to now drink it. Yummy, right? Let's keep it going. Hey, Al Comtech, good to see you, man. Oh, Comedy, it's been a while. We made you drink a drink. Elizabeth has come back for another drink. All right. Elizabeth, we're going to make you a drink called the Pina Colossus. It's a rare, colossal pineapple, hollowed out, and filled with rum, coconut cream, and pineapple juice. It's usually a shared drink. You share it around with others. The pineapple shrinks in size whenever the liquid is drank or spilled. It'll also continue to expand and grow to colossal proportions the more liquid that it's added, so it can become very big. It's a big drink. Enjoy. All right, who we got next? Coming up. Oh, it's gonna be coming up, Stephanie, no matter what. All right, Stephanie. All right. Stephanie, we're making you Lafina's Lusty Lover Liquid Liquor. The bottle comes in 2 parts, with each part having a different hue of color depending on the flavor. When you share it with someone else, within 5 minutes of another, your minds are swapped for an hour. All right, that's a fun ride of a drink. All right, here we go. Oh no, Monster J, no! Ah, poop. Poop. All right. Let's give you something relaxing. Let's give you an Insom's Ale. It has the fame of it basically makes you calm, makes you relaxed, and chill for the evening. So sorry. I just need a couple more entries. Arg. Okay. Here we go! Oh, Eric! Eric, it's landing on you. All right. All right, Eric, we're gonna give you a polymorphic brew, all right? It's a brew that is commonly used in drinking games. It's a brew that will turn you into an animal when you burp. And then back to yourself a minute later, okay? Enjoy. Woo! Oh, Linz, you missed a drink. You missed your drink. Oh, it looks like Mystic Angel's got to get a drink now. All right, Mystic Angel, we're going to give you something called the Star Liquid. It's a really black drink resembling the night sky. If you drink it, you experience a wonderful journey through the stars for 1 minute. Woo! Feel it! Can you feel that potency of that drink? Hell yeah! All right, we got Elizabeth. Elizabeth! What are we gonna get Elizabeth now? We're gonna get her something called the Golden Goat. It's a fermented goat milk and honey drink. It's an acquired taste. Looks like it's coming up, Bobby. Bobby. All right, let's get him a Chalice wine. It's a very expensive wine that is served in a single drop. It does nothing to get your thirst quenched at all, or getting drunk, but the bit of flavor is said to be very concentrated, and the lack of drink quantity should make the experience richer. Typically ordered by the most pretentious people. All right, let's keep it going. Oh, we got Emma, UK 23. All right, Emma, UK 23. Let's give her we're gonna give her a true dwarven stout. Guess what? It's a strong drink. It's not recommended if you cannot handle your alcohol. Traditionally, it's always served on the rocks. Like literally, there's rocks in the drink. There are pieces of stone lying on the bottom of the drink. It's said to give it the true mining flavor. It'll make any dwarf truly nostalgic. However, Emma's not a dwarf, so it's just she has to spit it out. All right, here we go. Keep it going.
Oh, it's Gamer Cam. All right, Gamer Cam. We're gonna give Gamer Cam we'll give him the house special. The house special. It's a drink that doesn't have a particular name, but it's cheap. It doesn't really even have an effect, but I'm pretty sure there's like a dishwasher cloth has been rubbed on it to make it taste good. All right, here we go. Let's remove him and keep it going. Who's coming up next? Looks like it is a GM and a Dixie. All right, let's make him a Milky Way whiskey. All right, it's a light blue drink that tastes very watered down. It's sweetened with milk and a lot of alcohol. Besides giving him a quick buzz, it also gives a little bit of bone and teeth. It gives his bone and teeth a fluorescent glow. So he's starting to glow when he drinks it. It's kind of like Tron, like energy. But we gotta remove him from the wheel. Let's go. Who's next? Oh, is it Cammy? Cammy was last week's winner. Last week's winner is not this week's winner. It's Cammy 101 from D-Live. All right. Let's get him the Cube Spirit. It's a drink served as a hollow ice cube with a liquid spirit in it inside the ice. As the ice melts in his mouth, the drink will come out. How exactly this novelty drink is produced is it's a well-kept secret. I almost dropped my keyboard. That would have been bad. Okay, let's remove him from the wheel. Oh my God. Who's drinking next? It looks like it is Elizabeth back, and she is thirsty. All right, well, you're thirsty, Elizabeth. We're gonna get you a honey pine dew. It's an imported halfling mead, served in very small cups. It's a very pleasant taste, and very cheap in halfling towns, but expensive everywhere else. All right, here we go. Oh, Elizabeth was like, that was not enough. I'm coming back for more. No! In fact, get in line, because Comtech is in front of you. Comtech just wants a drink. All right, Comtech. We're going to get you something called, this drink is called the 9 Steps. It's commonly known other than the 9 Steps as, they call it the Niner. Or by its full name, 9 Steps to Hell. It's a liquid that when left to settle, separates into 9 parts, okay? The bottom one being pure black and the top one a beautiful red with a gradient in between. After drinking it, you seem kind of frozen for a few seconds. But the person that cups it down feels like that for days, possibly even weeks, maybe even 9 months. But you get 9 different experiences by taking this drink. It's all basically kind of a form of torture. Oh my gosh. How about that? Let's keep going. Some drinks are good, some drinks are bad. You never know what you're gonna get. Oh, we got Pablo Escanaba. Let's get Pablo Elysium. It's a non-alcoholic drink. It smells and looks as bad as it tastes, okay? Some compare it to trash or vomit or even an excrement. But only because they couldn't find the adequate foul words. Most refuse to look at it, let alone let it come closer to the nose. Only those with the strongest will can manage to gulp it down. But once you're drunk with it, you experience true bliss, which seems like it lasts for decades. But in reality, it's just a few seconds. These drinks are a doozy, eh? Woo!
let's keep going. Who's drinking next? MD Wit wants to get her lips wet. All right, we're getting MD Wit something called a drink called the Beholder. It's a delicious drink decorated with an eye or multiple smaller ones. It feels like normal alcohol, but gives her a feeling that she has multiple eyes after drinking enough of it. Yeah, you go a little dizzy. All right, here we go. Keep going. Malpeasy, good to see you, man. I wish I could pour you a drink, buddy. Oh, looks like we got GM Dixie in the house with a drink. Lemon squeezy, baby. All right, GM Dixie, what are you gonna get? You're gonna get something called the Necromancer. This drink is a drink for all those who fall unconscious from alcohol. It's a green glowing liquid. It's also known as a corpse reviver. When poured onto the unconscious person and in their mouth, they get up and walk in similar way as a zombie. That's why they call it the Necromancer. Yeah, that's the ticket. Good to see you, man. Hey, hail! We got Ace Hardcore, it looks like. Ace Hardcore, what kind of drink are we gonna make you, buddy? We're gonna make you something called the Dragon Milk. All right, have you guys ever had dragon milk before? It's not really milk, and it's not even related to dragons. It's just called the Dragon Milk. It's an expensive white drink, resembling milk, but it removes any alcohol in your body. As a result, when you exhale, fire in the form of a single burp resembling a dragon comes out of your mouth. That's why they call it the Dragon's Milk. All right, here we go. These drinks are quite something else. All right, here we got Danny UK. Danny UK. We're gonna make Danny UK something called the Traffic Stop. It was invented by this cool diviner that I used to know. Whenever a fight seems to be brewing, everyone orders the Traffic Stop, right? It's a mug and it's got 3 separate liquors in it. They stay separated in the mug. They're all very strong. The goal is to drink it all before the local police arrive. Keep going. Oh, absolutely. Follow each other, guys. Big time. Ninja Mari. Ninja Mari. All right, Ninja Mari, you've reached the end of the line. Yes, it's the end of the line for you, but it's also the name of the drink. End of the line. It's a very high quality, rather expensive alcohol. However, when it's served, a coin is flipped. All right, the coin's flipped, and if it's heads, you get to drink it for free. If it's tails, you're forced to drink it until you pass out. All right. If you regain consciousness, you got to continue drinking. All right, here we go. That's the end of the line. It's a flip a coin. You're like live or die. All right, here we go. We got Stephanie Thompson. All right, what kind of drink are we gonna make Stephanie Thompson? We're gonna make her the Green Kobold. All right. It's the first drink to ever be served inside a piece of ham. All right. And a ham with the skin. All right. 1 shot of herbal liquor wrapped in ham. And you gotta do it all at once. It's held in place with a pin, right? Just make sure to take out the pin before you drink it. Yes, we're making our drinks kind of D&D-ish. Oh no, Stephanie's going for a second drink. She's like, that was not enough. All right, let's get, what? We're gonna give you something called the actual torture. All right, it's 2 teaspoons of salt, which you have to take all at once.
and then you gotta wash it down with a citrus-based liquor. Yep, it's actual torture. All right, here we go. Who's next? No, Stephanie, you can't come back for a third one. We gotta cut you off. My God, the palate cleanser. All right, we're gonna give you a drink called the, what was I saying? That's the name of the drink. What was I saying? It's an unassuming shot. It's a very strong alcohol, but it's got a cherry in it. Usually you take it while in the middle of a conversation, and it's properly ended. All right, we got Mystic Angel Christina. Good night, Eric. All right, Mystic Angel Christina, what are we kind of going to give you? We're going to give you a drink called the Ouch. It's 2 full shots worth of lemon juice put into a glass of very high proof alcohol. It's called the Ouch. Ooh, drink with caution, guys. It's just like, what? Ben Rowley. Ben Rowley. Appreciate you you being in here. We're gonna give you something called the Buried Treasure, all right? It's a single, very sweet, rather expensive hard candy that is stuck to the bottom of a mug of a very hard liquor. Once you've drunk it all, you get the spoon to pull it out with, all right? And then you get your candy. That's why we call it the Buried Treasure. Here we go. Making our way through the drinks, baby. Oh my God, let me turn the dice off, hey? I just realized the dice is on. Bloody hell. MD Wit wants a drink. All right, MD Wit. We're gonna get you something called the Sucker Punching a Rabbit. It's a single tea bag steeped in the biggest mug you have, all right? Let's keep it going. Who wants another drink? I got a really creative one next. All right, we got Elizabeth wants a drink. Elizabeth, we're gonna get you a drink called the Two Couples in a Shared Household. All right. It's 2 different types of like hot tea, and you get 2 of each in 1 mug. All right, they don't all have to be alcoholic, right? Oh, MD came back. She's like, that tea was not enough. All right, we're gonna get you, MD, something called the Tinkerer's Tincture. It's a dark and smooth. And when you drink it all, clicking and whistling, scraping noises are all of a sudden become more apparent to your ear. That's right, you can hear all the tinkering everywhere. We're gonna keep it going though. Woo! Who is next? We got Mystic Angel. Mystic Angel's popping up here for another drink. All right, Mystic. We're gonna get you something called the Fortnite. It's a very strong alcohol. And if you actually drink enough of it to get drunk, you stayed hammered for days. For a fortnight, get it? Haha. All right, here we go. Who's gonna drink the next liquid? Everyone's daring each other. Oh, it looks like it's gonna be my wife, the Superstar. All right, Superstar, we're gonna make you something called the Spider's Bite. All right? It packs a mean punch. She hates spiders, guys. She hates spiders. She'll never drink it. She's left the building. She's run away. She left it on the counter. Oh, we got Hendrik Eber. All right. Hendrik Eber. We're going to get him something called the Sear Solution. It's a mildly viscous green liquid, all right? And the first 2 shots of it have no effect.
However, the third gives him true sight, right? The fourth, and all subsequent shots after that, give him a horrible audio and visual hallucinations. And the counter of the drinks resets at dawn. So, but he only gets one, so nothing happened. All right, who is gonna be stepping up at the sippy bar? Oh, we got Birkendick. All right, we're gonna give him the hair of the Bloodhound. Once he's become intoxicated with the brew, he gains the usual drawbacks of being drunk, but he's much more aware of his surroundings, and can be like a bloodhound. He gets a strange, heightened sense of smell. All right, guys, 17 names on the wheel. Who's going to be walking away with a drawing today? Let's see. Stephanie Thompson comes up for a drink. All right. Stephanie, we're going to get you something called the Phoenix, all right? It's a peppery drink that burns on the way down and then again on the way out. It's often used as a prank on drunk companions who have a nasty surprise waiting for them the next time they go to relieve themselves. Oh, no. That's a terrible drink. You might need a cleanser after that. Oh, is it? It's our Betty Bye boy, Eric Walker. All right, Eric. What do we give him? We'll give him the, all right, we'll give him something called the Sun's Glory. It's a citrus cider that makes his eyes glow when he drinks it. All right, it's a good cider. Let's keep it going. Oh, Stephanie, no! Oh my gosh. Stephanie, you're not out yet, but you're getting close. My gosh, you could handle your alcohol. I'll say that much. My gosh, we're gonna get Stephanie something called the Black Midnight. It's a drink created by necromancers to honor fallen necromancers. It's bitter, but it's got a touch of rum. And those that drink it, unfortunately, suffer from nightmares of spending eternity inside a coffin. It helps enforce necromancers to contemplate their own moralities. That's what it's used for. The room is spinning. Oh my gosh. All right, who is next? It is, looks like it's gonna be MD Wit. And I believe that is MD Wit's final drink. All right, MD Wit, we're gonna get her the Shamrock Shake. All right. All right, it gives her an Irish accent. That's right. She starts talking like an Irishman after drinking it. Oh no, guys, she's still in it. She still has one entry. My bad. I'm bad. Oh, never mind. Fuck me. All right, well. Ah, crap. Well, MD, we're gonna have to send you off with something called Dragon's Piss. All right. It's as soon as you drink it, you're incapacitated. I don't know. Let's say it's a beer that tastes exactly like one would expect by its name. For sure, it's not a drink that you need a second one of. Yeah, that's right. Dragon's Piss. You guys don't want to drink that. It's a very, 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 very pungent beer. All right, here we go. Not your regular IPA. Oh, it's going to be Elizabeth for sure. All right, speaking of beer, Elizabeth, let's get you something called the Hammer beer. All right? It's one glass will make you feel like you hit yourself with a hammer. That's all I got. Spinning the wheel, it goes round and round. Who's gonna be Oh, Stephanie was not meant to be. Okay. What are we gonna get her? We're gonna get her Lily in a Well. All right, the Lily in the Well. It's a tall mug of ale, and it's half full, with an edible flower as a garnish. Okay. It's a Lily in a Well. Get it? All right. Much love, Stephanie. I appreciate the support. Okay, we keep it going. We gotta find a winner. It's not gonna be Pieces. Pieces. We're gonna hit Pieces with a fairy fireball. It's a delicious cinnamon whiskey. All right, made with a touch of fey magic. It causes uncontrollable hiccups for a number of hours. With each hiccup, a small cloud of shimmering breath is released. Boom. All right. We are down to 9 names. 9 names. Let the booty hit the floor. Or let the body hit the floor. Excuse me. I thought you said hit the booty. The booty. All right. What do we got here? We got transparency. All right. Transparency, we're going to give you the Quaker. It's called the Quaker. Why did we call it the Quaker? It's a nasty rum that gives you a high-pitched voice for a number of hours. Whoop. Keep it going. 8 entries on the wheel. Renzo Scribbles. Renzo Scriber. All right, we're gonna give her Dragonborn Blood Wine. When you drink it, she's able to use a breath attack for 10 minutes. Here we go. 7. Who's lucky number 7 here? We got the White Lion. White Lion. Oh my gosh. White Lion, what are we going to give you? Something with a W, maybe. White Lion is going to get the Weatherbee's Whirler. It's invented by the perhaps too inventive Fibrous Weatherbee. The drink is a testimony to why it's a bad idea to point a gnome-sharp mind towards the creation of a new brew. After spending many years living amongst the dwarves, Weatherbee made his way home with a drink even the stout folk couldn't handle. This monstrosity is laced with a latent magic designed to lessen the chance of White Lion's ungodly alcohol content. It's reported, I guess, its taste is like what do we call it? It's like a kick in the face from a horse. All right. After one shot of the drink, White Lion is shunted into a chaotic haze of blurry awareness, bolstered by confidence and overpowering drunkenness. In addition, the latent magic in the brew causes minor uncontrolled, magical effects to occur around him, and at random times during the haze. The nature of the effect is sufficiently insignificant compared to how much he violently falls into a deep sleep. He may not even recover. Sounds like a good time. Oh, Lion's here. Okay. All right, here we go. 6 names on the wheel. Elizabeth. Okay. Elizabeth, I'm going to get you a pint of frost mead, all right? It's made of honey and the tear of an ice giant. That makes the shot. The crackling blue sparkle and the jet of icy breath you have for the rest of the day is is worth the expense. It's quite good. Minty fresh. All right, guys, we have 5 names on the wheel. The magic number 5. We've got Matt, Mischievous Matt. We've got Elizabeth. Oh, we got 2 Elizabeths. Ooh, we got Danielle, and we got Haya Truth Art. All right, best of luck, guys. Oh, Elizabeth's making it a fair game. All right, Elizabeth. We're gonna get you something called the Boggs Grog. It's a mix of rum, a mix of orange juice, and fermented herbs that, when you're drunk, causes you you're immune to poison for the next 30 hours. There you go. That's why it's the Boggs Grog. All right, 4 names: Mischievous Matt, Elizabeth Flood, Danielle, and Higher Truth. Oh, Higher Truth Art. I don't think she's had won a drawing yet on the channel yet. All right, we're gonna give her the Mountain's Bounty. It's a fine liquor made from using water from a glacial stream. It's always refreshing, and it always makes you feel cold no matter what the weather is. We have 3 names on the wheel here: Mischievous Matt, Elizabeth, and Danielle. Here we go. Oh, Elizabeth makes it all the way into 3rd place. Elizabeth, we've got to get you another drink here. All right, Elizabeth, we've got the Banshee's Breath for you. It's a white swirling liquor made from a translucent wild berry. It tastes sweet and has the effect similar of mint gum, and it always feels cold. Keeps you minty fresh. All right, 2 names: Danielle and Mischievous Matt. Best of luck. Oh, looks like Mischievous Matt got eliminated. Mischievous Matt, we gotta get you a drink. We're gonna get you the Flaming Dragon. All right? It's a spicy beer that causes you to breathe fire when you burp. That's right, the Flaming Dragon. We have our winner, guys, Danielle. Danielle, thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Danielle, you are our winner of the Male V from Cyberpunk 2077. Congratulations. If you guys want to know how to get more entries on the wheel each and every week that we do this, all you have to do is be a sub. You don't even have to be here. Or visit my Patreon. I do offer other ways to win. May all your hits be criticals, your adventures be legendary. Hopefully see you guys on the next one, all right?